I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. If I stay here for a little bit longer. If I stay here to my heart. Oh, 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 my heart. Do-ba-doom, boom, 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 boom. I don't wanna. Okay, listen to me. Oh, wait, the AC is on. Okay, hear me out. I just got some really bad news. Okay, really, really bad news. So, this is gonna be a long stream because I'm trying to not think about the really bad news. Okay, so I'm going to be programming today so that we don't have to confront the really bad news. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So enjoy the stream, the programming stream. Undefined variable screen UV. Dynamic.frag. Oh, I put this before this. Yeah, sure. I'll show you what I did last night. I did the screen space ambient occlusion. So that's that. We can move this to show everything like this. I'm a big fan of I'm a huge fan of the spotlights. You know, huge fan. Anyway, let's see what the ambient occlusion is. It's pretty minimal. Okay. It's nothing too crazy. If you want to see what it looks like, we can just show just the AO. If I can show just the AO real quick. So that's what the AO looks like. It's very, very minimal. Nothing too crazy. It's actually way more minimal than it was yesterday. So I probably fucked it up a little bit or something. Maybe by making it not its own thing or something. Oh yeah, there we go. So this is what the AO looks like. When we bake it, it kind of undoes it. Why is it going on under the table? That's kind of weird. Anyway, so that's the screen spaced AO stuff. So that's neat. Yeah, when we bake it, oh wait, we're supposed to go times here. That's why. Okay, so that's that. Now, I want to implement some optimizations today so that my computer can stop being a jet engine. Okay, my little mobile 1050 laptop does not like the stuff that we have been coding lately. I had a talk with it yesterday, and it said, no, you misunderstand. We can't be doing this anymore. And so I thought up some optimizations, some things that we're gonna attempt to do, and that's what we're gonna try to do today. Okay, that's what we're gonna try to do. Also, the bottles disappeared, so I don't know why the bottles disappeared, but we're gonna figure it out. Anyway, yeah, if I leave it on for too long, then the GPU will just start getting mad at me. So that's just a problem with our GPU. It especially gets worse with when we generate light maps, of course. Yeah, see the bottle there? Yeah. We did mess with some stuff with the alpha. Specifically. So if we go to bottle, open mat. I don't know why this opens the light too. Anyway, so if I turn the alpha up, doesn't change. Emissive strength, alpha mode 2, alpha mode 0, alpha mode. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so maybe we have to fix this alpha mode thing or something. The bottles are supposed to be see-through. That's what I'm debugging right now. And there goes the GPU. There goes the GPU. So you see this this lag, this 40 millisecond lag. Yeah. And my laptop overheats, and this is what happens. And I'm so far in debt that I can't even make money to get a new computer. So I'm completely fucked. But that's all right. I'm just gonna keep coding, and then maybe things will get better. Okay, so I made a to-do list. Okay, of the things that we're gonna do today. One is the big hard thing, big and hard, which is to get rid of the geometry shader. I checked on this because I was curious, right? I was like, okay, so I have a geometry shader. I've never really heard of geometry shaders before. I did this geometry shader because of the light map, because of the UV light map and the way the UVs worked out. It was just convenient to be able to dispatch and basically distribute multiple from one from one draw call. However, it turns out that geometry shaders are really, really expensive. Okay, well, I don't know how expensive, but I was curious about it, so I asked Jarvis, and Jarvis was like, yeah, it's not a good thing. So I was like, okay, well, maybe we should try and figure out a way to get rid of it, because it's apparently more expensive than I had thought. I kind of just thought you take in a vertex, you make more vertices, right? So like, what's the big deal, right? But apparently it just kills cache on shitty GPUs, and so we should avoid using it now. So that's what we're gonna try to do. It's gonna be complicated though. It's gonna be very complicated. This indexing scheme is going to probably be the most complicated indexing scheme that I've made so far in terms of getting data to the GPU, and so I'm not looking forward to it. Okay, not looking forward to it at all. We're gonna pack the FPM noise so that we don't have 3 lookups, right, at 3 different frequencies. We're just gonna create 3 different ones and then pack them into 3 channels. Did I try mesh shader? I think that mesh shader is the geometry shader. Maybe not. But either way, I think that no, it's not. Well, I'm unaware of it, but I don't think that, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that having another shader in the way is like compute shader which outputs geometry. That sounds fine, but I mean, maybe I could look it up, but I don't think that it should be necessary, to be honest. I should just be able to look up the UVs by using instance ID. You can't have a vertex shader. You need an all work in mesh shader. Yeah, that's absolutely not happening. We need a vertex shader. Absolutely not. Yeah. I need a vertex shader for the lighting probes. So that's just not happening. But the indexing scheme is going to be hard. Anyway. So I'm gonna pack the FPM noise to have four channels, probably 3 or 4 channels, so that we can just do one fetch for it. That's the typical optimization, so that's not a big deal. I want to use a UBO for the SSAO kernel, which is just currently just a uniform that I pass in just to be fast and not to worry about things. We're going to move some things to subdata that we're currently just GL buffer dataing. We want to move to subdata just to be faster, and use defines for Uber shader branches. Now that's a hard one, because for each one that you add, you also have to add, it becomes exponentially more, right? So if we have a probe bake, which also needs the animations, then you need to have another one. And then once you have those 3, and then you add another one, then now you have to have, 4 new ones. So it becomes exponentially more and more defines, which is quite painful. Yeah. Which C am I using? I'm using C. C99, I guess. I don't know. I don't really use the C standard, to be honest. I don't really compile with C11. I just don't do it until a project is ready to release, and then I just, change all the function calls at the end. I don't really care about the standards for the most part until I do a final thing. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I got some bad news. Some personal bad news, so I'm not really doing good. But I just figured I'd come here and stream for 9 hours to cope with it, do a classic long stream, because that's thank you, cheese. I'm sure it will. What's up? Hey, I'm sorry I can't say your name. I'm a big Russian art fan, but I don't speak the language. And my family's actually Russian. My dad's side of the family, and I have a Russian last name, but I don't speak, unfortunately. But anyway, so the geometry shader is going to be the big thing, and so each submesh now needs a vertex offset in the massive index buffer array that we subtract. Right, we subtract it so that we can get the offset into the SSBO, right? And so this becomes pretty complicated. Might get only Russian. I don't know. Had a bad day. Damn. That sucks. I hope that you get some rest. I'm sorry that you're having a bad day. If it makes you feel any better, I'm having a pretty fucking bad day as well, I probably, I don't know what I'm going to do, but, now that I have gotten, paid some money, I can't deposit it in my bank account because my bank account was shut down because I'm so far in debt that they closed my bank account down. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that's alright. I'll find a way. I always find a way, but you know, that's yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get rid of this old piece of junk computer anytime soon. And I probably should declare bankruptcy, but I've been kind of lazy on dealing with it, you know, and I don't answer my phone because these people just like are mean to me, so I don't like answering it and talking to them. But yeah, kind of shit day, you know. Anyway, but I do appreciate, you know, all of the shitty online banking. Yeah, I have an online bank, but yeah, once you are delinquent with your credit to some degree, they just shut it down. They just don't let you have a bank account. I didn't really know that was a thing, but you know, there's really nothing I can do about it. So yeah, it's I'll see if like I can get my money. I don't use credit. Yeah, well, I have school loans. That's the thing. That's where I have my debt from. I didn't really take out any loans other than that, but yeah. Anyway. So moving on. We have to figure out how to do all this. So submesh is currently in the engine. Currently don't have stuff other than the first vertex in the massive VBO and the first index in the EBO. So we have to really think about this. So the GL vertex ID gives you the index, gives you in the index buffer. Yeah, well, I mean, at least she's on top of it. I haven't made a payment in like a long time because I've been unemployed, but you know, that's good that she it's good that she got done with that, but yeah. Anyway, so this GL vertex ID gives it when it's GL draw elements, it gives you the index, right? It gives you the index. So if you subtract the base index, I don't think that this is base vertex. I think that this is base index. You get the local index for the submesh. And then you add the offset for that specific submesh. Yeah, I think that GL vertex ID gives you an index. I think that it's like, I looked this up earlier, but I think that it's named weirdly. Because I think it gives you an index. GL vertex ID gives an index. It gives the index value pulled directly from the element buffer array. Yeah, exactly. Element array buffer, yeah. Gives the index value of the element array buffer. So I think that this should be just the index in the massive array, and then you subtract probably, if we want to give it this first index, I think that we subtract that first index. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, well, I mean, it's good to probably sell your stuff to pay your school loans instead of me. You know, I didn't really, you know. But that's yeah, that's good. Yeah, being bankrupt is not fun. So, anyway. So this vertex count per submesh. So this can be SM first index, and then this one is SM index count. Or no, this is SM vertex count because this is per. Wait, no, but we get an index. Then maybe it needs to be per index and not per vertex. The data, then, because this gives us the index, buffer index. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. I don't know if I should sell stuff. I don't really have much to sell other than my 2 computers that are both shit, so. But I think it's like kind of too late to sell anything. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. I'd prefer not to really think about it right now, to be completely honest. I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's per index. So that is a bit tricky, because our stuff is per vertex. Oh, I had it right there, the code that I was gonna look at. So this is actually per vertex. This goes per vertex. It would have to be per, oh no, it is per index. Oh, it is, okay. Okay. So then that's fine, actually, so that's fine. So let's just do index count then. And then let's do and then this is the offset of the submesh in the array in general, which we'll store in each submesh. Yeah, it's yeah, America's not great, so yep. Yeah, the school loans are not great, but at the end of the day, I should have probably just went to community college or something. I don't know, I didn't really have money to pay off my loans, but whatever. It's not like I gave a shit. I just bought a bunch of drugs with my money anyway, so who the fuck cares anyway? Okay. So I need to initialize this to 0 always. And so let's just go to RGLTF, and then every time we get a new submesh, I'm just gonna straight up just fill it in with zeros. Oh my. I need that to be at 0, or else we're gonna just, you know, get garbage data. So yeah, it's bad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we only care when we add to the draw buffer. We only care when we add to the draw buffer for each submesh. But we don't even do submeshes here, which is a problem. So we need to iterate the submeshes instead of just the mesh tries. We need to iterate the submeshes. I regret making this a capital M every day of my fucking life. Yeah, it's all not good. It's all not good. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good solution. Yeah. Okay, I have no clue how I'm gonna fucking do this now. Let's pass around the lightmap index, lightmap offset index. Is this vibe coded? No. Yeah, that makes sense. Using a dot product would definitely make sense there. Definitely would make sense. I don't know why you can't just do current LM offset plus plus. Maybe don't do that actually. This isn't even J anymore. This isn't even J times 3. It's K times 3. Do you believe that AI will kill off developers? What are the trends saying? No. Yeah, that makes sense. I just naively blend things, so that would probably be a good thing to do, yeah. It does sound like the thing to do. Oh, but K doesn't, so this is actually IDX. Okay. Let's just current LM offset. I'm just trying to make sense of this. If there is no islands, where is islands? Oh, islands is straight up if. Oh, okay. So it's the massive buffer. Okay, so that's completely fine. Let's not worry about it then. Dodo ship, it looks interesting. Thank you. Yeah, have you looked at have you looked at what other people are doing? Okay, so if islands goes all the way up here, so this is just whatever. So this is just if islands exist. So that we don't crash if there's no lightmap yet. Really, this shouldn't even matter because we should always have islands. But anyway. No, it's if UV map that matters. if UV map that matters. I don't know. I could say that if UV map, then we just add the SM index count divided by 3 times. We add SM index count to the thing. Yeah, then in that case, you kind of just want to do... Yeah, let's just do current LM offset plus plus then. Yeah, then that works. You keep getting it as ads? Yeah, well, I thought about maybe just like turning the monetization off. But I don't know, I didn't do it. I don't know, I kind of feel bad if people donate because I'm not even gonna get the money, so. But I didn't. You thought it was Reddit? Does this give Reddit vibes? Maybe. Okay. Add mesh to buffer. Where do I get the LM stuff? LM stuff gives index count. And we calculate the index count and we go over all mesh nodes and all meshes and all the static meshes. We calculate this. To that upper bound. I think that's a fine way of going about it. Because we're never going to go over that amount. What does matter is the rolling kind of count that we need to keep. So I'm just gonna have this here. And we'll just continually update this. I will give this here when we're filling the indices. Too many conflicting types. We can't have that. Oh, whoops. Whoopsies. God fucking damn it. What game am I working on? It's my own game. Just kind of just working on the engine for now. I don't know if I'm gonna end up making my own game, but the game looks like something like this. Something like this. It's got a physics engine. It has a bunch of lighting stuff. And all that's pretty cool. That's what I'm working on. Unity is a certain type of probes that's stored and sampled. Same in Texture 3D. That's what I have. If you want to know the code for it, I have it right here where I sample the Texture 3D for the probes. I have it in one Texture 3D that's done in slices for the 9 spherical harmonics. And you just multiply the coefficients on the other end. It's very simple. It's just a lot of VRAM. So I don't even know if I'm going to keep it, just because of that it's 9 texture samples. I do it per vertex, so that's why. Do I think Unreal Engine 5s are not games are not properly optimized? I honestly, if you want my honest opinion on it, most independent games to come out of commercial game engines are probably not optimized. Commercial game engines are general, and so they're specifically, not going to be optimized for each game type, right? And so making your own engine, will always probably be more optimized than using a commercial game engine, just because you can optimize everything to exactly your needs, right? So yeah. Heard of spherical harmonics and the coefficients, more details. Yeah, it's good because you get the whole point of probes, really. You should really implement them immediately, because you get directional information, right? You know what light is coming from where and how it's going to hit the object. That's like the great thing about probes, is that you can store direction inside of them. So you should really implement that. It's really, really uncomplicated. I can send you the code right now. It's literally just these 9 coefficients that you have to multiply on both sides. When you bake them and when you sample them, you have to do this, and that's literally it. It's just 9 samples with this exact math. It's just a lot of VRAM. If you have a lot of them, it's probably a lot of VRAM. Okay. So I wonder if this just works now. Have no clue. But we're gonna have to try. Okay, so what I wrote earlier. Alright, so the SM index count we have, the SM first index we have, the SM LM offset we have. Now we just have to write the code, I think. We also have to make sure that this GL instance ID plus SM index count goes in order, which I don't think it does. The submeshes aren't done in a loop, which is a problem. Yeah. We need to go per mesh, and then per submesh, and then per mesh node. We can't go per mesh node, and then per submesh. So the iterating has to change. We have to do this out here, and then this in here. That's the only way to do what I need to do. I just don't know what else that's gonna fuck up. You should implement SH. It's literally just 20 lines of code. Just 10 when you bake, 10 when you... It's incredibly simple for what it gives you. It's like it'll literally take you 2 minutes, It's just the only thing that's annoying with it is that you want to have it on one texture so that you don't take up 9 texture binding slots. And so, mix sound low, I'm sorry. I'm being quiet because it's 6 in the morning. Yeah, I think that this needs to swap. I don't know what is going to change though in the indexing. Hopefully nothing. We might break everything here, so here we go. What changes when we iterate it like this? The mn offset equals the current offset. Really, that should be on the submesh, no? That should probably be on the submesh anyway. Can a beginner get into this? Yeah, if you just have enough time. Everything in life is about enough time. If you have enough time to do anything, then you can do anything. It's just that most people don't get enough time because you've got to flip burgers and shit, you know? Unfortunately. The richest people are the people that have more time. That's all. I treated myself to some water lime, sparkling water today. That's what it's all about. Okay. So do I go per submesh here? I go per submesh anyway when I populate the draw commands. And I use mn offset. I use mn offset plus sm shape first index. Right. So I could just have the sm offset be a thing. I just set an SM offset here. Oh, but this is this one submesh over all of these different ones. Oh yeah. Okay, so then the submesh just gets one offset, and then that's it. Okay, so let's do that. We're watching instead of doing. That's okay. I'm not gonna come after you. The draw offset is the current offset at the beginning, and then we don't use this mn offset anymore. And then this sm draw offset is the instance draw offset for all of it, right? We go through all the mesh nodes, we grab everything, we push it on. We have to worry about this current offset plus IDX times 3 now. That's the scary part. Current offset plus IDX times P, or plus P. IDX times 3. IDX is K plus SM first index. Nah, yeah, you don't want this. I think you just want to do current offset plus plus now. Avoid all the indexing scary stuff. Yeah, let's just do that. All of this math is kind of scary. I don't really remember what this is doing. Try indices P plus vertex offset plus mesh vertices count times mesh count. It's quite convoluted. I think that this is just the vertex offsets for the draw buffer. So I think that this math doesn't change. because this is per mesh thing. In vertex offset, we take this in, right? Yeah. So it's a per mesh thing, so we don't have to worry about it. What's worrying is this. We can get rid of this. I don't know what the mesh count is for, but we can move this in. The MN count isn't going to get used anymore either. Yeah, probes are good. You should really do the SH stuff. I'm really telling you, it's like, seriously, it's like you can implement it right now and it would just be super awesome, you know. Okay. I know that you're probably trying to sleep though, so there's that. And then otherwise, this is, what is this offset? If static mesh, otherwise, what is this offset? Right, you just write it once. We just write it once. And then you write out the count. Okay. So theoretically, this should be equivalent, but we have to go to where we generate our draw commands, and instead of going by the start index of the MN offset, we should go by the start index of the submesh itself. And so this needs to change then, because we can't just go over the mesh tries. We need to go for the submeshes. I'm interested to see what your SH is going to look like, if it looks better than mine, because mine kind of looks, well, it took me a long time to get it right, but I don't know. I don't know if I did it right. We need to copy the exact pattern here. I think it's that, yeah. K plus SM first index, yeah, that should be what it is. IDX, and then just use count plus or offset plus plus, doesn't matter because it's one mesh. I don't wanna talk about it. Okay, so SM, then our SM draw offset equals offset offset plus count, yeah, because of the, yeah. What thing am I coding? I'm coding a game engine. 3D texture probes was a great one. Yeah, I think that's like the best way to do it. I think the problem is that probably if you have like a grid of probes, you can probably do visibility a lot easier, but it's a lot cheaper to have the 3D texture probes because the filtering is free. So that's the trade-off, I think. Okay. So theoretically that should be fine. And then the DC start index is smsj dot draw offset. Okay, we probably just broke everything, to be honest, because I haven't touched that code in a long time, so I'm just gonna see how much we broke. Why you have Unity, Unreal, and more. Why want to make your own? I already answered this earlier. Unity, Unreal, etc. are good general engines, but they lack the ability to make customizations and optimizations for each individual use case, including mine. I have a very bad computer from a long time ago, and so it's important for me to have a lot of optimizations so that things go fast. That's why. I doubt that this is it, but let's GDB it. It's good for directional data, but directional data is pretty much everything, you know, in lighting, right? Okay, so let's see what we have here. Fill index buffer mesh 176. 176. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we apparently go out of bounds. We apparently go out of bounds. Let's see where we go wrong, I guess. Let us see where we go wrong. I'm probably not thinking properly about this or something. Okay, so this is a reasonable number. This is a reasonable number. Okay. Then we have to see what we allocate the the thing to allocate this to. What is index count? Oh, index count probably isn't enough or something. Let's see what it is. How long did it take me to learn it? 2 years. I got 3-2. Huh. Okay, so this P is out of bounds then or something. It's 84 coming in. Unless we go out of bounds within the iteration, which I guess is possible. Let's see if we go out of bounds within the iteration. I mean, I guess it's possible, but that's going to be a lot of printing out, so we're going to be here for a second. I have visibility, ring trace from the oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think SH will also help out with the... I think SH will also help out with the... I think SH will also help out with... What am I trying to say? With the visibility as well, because there's no things coming from the other direction, if you get what I mean. At least it did kind of for me. Okay. So I'm guessing that this has to go out of bounds. How did I fuck this up? Let's see the pointer for UVs. How did that get fucked up? How did that get fucked up? I'm gonna guess that it's bad. No. See, I knew that I would break something here. It's BAAD. That is certainly a weird pointer. That is certainly a weird pointer. I don't think that that's... I think that that's unassigned data. Okay. Okay, so how did I fuck this up? I moved this back here, and then this swapped with it. And then I went KSM index count divided by 3. Why would K index count be different than the try count? I'm gonna guess that I go out of bounds on the triangle actually, or something like that. I wonder if SH can be used to encode some sort of directional data in SDFs. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Okay, we have some things to print out then. First index is m tries count times 3. Wait, what? Oh wait, no, that makes sense, yeah. Makes sense. Oh wait. Yeah. It's also first index divided by 3, I think. Yeah, because you have to, this is a triangle IDX, not a, that should fix it. It really is that small to write, yeah, you can get it done real quick. Okay, this is still not working. Huh, I thought that would definitely fix it. But it still is appearing to die here. Now, I mean, there's something that I'm not thinking about here. UVI UVs IDX. Islands IDX. That used to be the same as the tries IDX. I'm pretty sure we can run it back to make sure, to make absolutely sure. Because I don't really remember. Oh shit. Oh, that's UV map J. Oh, I'm just being stupid. Oh, it's UV map J, UV island. Okay. So I was just crashing out over nothing. This was definitely a bug though. That was definitely a bug, 100%. So this is the whole point of getting this UV map is to use it to go into here. And then this replaced J. That replaced J. I mean, that should work, hopefully. That is the this is correct now. Oh my god. Okay, we still have a crash, but it's way later down the line. We're freeing 0 memory at 328. Free verts. There's nothing in verts. What? That was V size nothing? Verts is nothing. How's verts nothing? Calc mesh size we didn't touch. Let's see V size then. Because I'm curious what that could be for that zeroed mesh. Okay, So we have v-size. We have a v-size. Now it's 329. But it doesn't matter because we just... I wonder if there's some stack corruption or something happening. I mean, something is probably getting corrupted for that to happen. Very strange. We just see what verts is when we allocate it versus later. The thing is, our code doesn't even touch this verts array. The stuff that we change doesn't even touch the verts array. It only touches the indices array. So the fact that we're getting this zero memory thing is kind of weird. Unless we're going out of bounds somewhere, which we might be, I guess. Yeah. Thing is, I add current offset here. Oh shit. Oh no, we set it if current offset equals offset. Then we iterate it. This is supposed to be divided by 3. I don't think that's the bug though. I don't think that's the bug. We can start commenting out like suspicious stuff. Like if we get rid of this, I wonder if we get past that. No. Okay, so it's not that. It's probably this. I mean, who knows at this point? I mean, if we just get rid of this, I'm gonna guess that we compile fine. What? I knew that this wasn't going to be easy touching this code, but... Okay. So we did compile fine. So something here is going out of bounds. I wonder if when I calc mesh index size, I allocate for each mesh node all of the tries for the mesh. So if I'm doing this correctly, then this should work, because each mesh node that we go through, we do each submesh again and again and again for each one. It should just be changing the iterating order, but it's not. Oh, I think I just realized. Oh, no, no. Hmm. We can print out the count and how the count differs from what is mesh count used for actually? Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, so this isn't the bug, but it definitely is a problem. Yeah, because we're going per mesh here times mesh count, but that it should be technically SM index count times I. Oh wait, but it's vertices that counts. Oh, it's vertices that count. Oh. So it's technically SM vertex count times I. But that's definitely not what we're getting tripped up on. And it's definitely not this, right? Oh my god, stop. It's definitely not this, right? Oh, why? Wait, what? Why, what? Okay, so this is a load-bearing light map. That's a load-bearing light map. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck are we doing here? So it isn't this. This isn't the piece of code that it has to be. So is it plus SM draw offset? No, that just made it worse. No, yeah, it can't be the draw offset because it's first vertex. But first vertex is per... No, first vertex makes sense. If it's not this, then it has to be like maybe it's just this. I don't know. At this point, I don't really know what it is. Okay. Let's see it. Okay. Everything looks fine. Okay, so maybe it's just that, and there was no need for that mesh count thing. Hopefully. I wonder, so this is so weird because SM vertex count times I shouldn't give you anything. This shouldn't give us anything. This shouldn't change anything because nothing in this scene is a static mesh with two instances of it. Nothing. Other than the windows, I suppose. Yeah, the windows. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, because that's... Yeah, you don't want this. You don't want this. The whole reason why this happened was for the light map, so you don't want that. This is going out of bounds. This is what's going out of bounds and corrupting things. I wonder if I can just use current offset for this instead of current LM offset. Let's see what LM offset is, because we know just the ballpark of what we allocate for it, and we should be able to see if it goes out of bounds. Oh god, this is taking fucking forever to print out. Yeah, this is taking fucking forever. What an awful idea by me. It should hit about 35,000. To about 35, 36,000, 37,000. Okay, there we go. $34,128. 128. The weird thing to me, right, is that all of these have 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Oh no, this is 3, 2. Okay. So then let's see what we allocate again, I guess. The index count at the beginning. And then we'll be able to see how far off we are out of bounds. We are 32,307 and we were at 34,128. How did that happen? How does that happen? How does that happen? How the fuck does that happen? Oh, because it's not supposed to. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. This needs to be reset every time. Because every time we go through and we do all of the meshes. So this needs to be here. This needs to be there, not here. Yeah, I spent a while trying to figure that out. You know better? We know. What do you mean? I don't know better. That's why I just made that mistake. Yeah, I should know better than to make that mistake. That is for sure. Okay, this should work fine now. There we go. Okay, everything is good. Everything is good. Okay, cool. But the light map isn't good, so we need to figure that out. Let's get rid of all of this garbage now. Yeah, that was a bit painful to change that, but I had to change it, so. Okay. So now to go back to the indexing scheme that we were trying to implement this whole time. Now each submesh has an alammo offset. And the instance ID times the index count we have, and the first index we also have. I don't know how this is going to work out, but let's give it a shot. So in our vertex shader, we have an index offset that we take in. Really, yeah, we should take them in as uniforms, I feel like. Because it's per draw command. It's per draw batch, right? Let's try it. So, let's take in a uniform int lm offset. Uniform int first index. And the index count. Okay. And so the lm idx would be the lm offset plus the index count times gl instance ID plus the first index GL vertex ID minus the first index. Here we get the local index. Here we get the offset. For each instance, and then here we get the lm offset. The only weird thing is that we have to ensure that the instances are always in the same order that we iterated originally, which they should be, because our mesh node array always stays in the same order. The lm offset is the submesh's lm offset. Yeah. Okay, so that should be our lm idx. That should be the LMIDX. And then all of this stuff, we are going to get rid of the geometry shader. And so all of this stuff becomes regular varyings. I wonder if you can use this struct, though, and just put it into the frag shader. I don't know if you could do that. Let me look up if you can do that. Oh yeah, you can do this. So then this becomes vec2 v lmuv, and that's that. And then we do vs out dot v lmuv equals lmidx equals uv's lmidx. This is actually a vec2, so a vec4, so we have to go dot xy. Okay, and then inside our frag shader, we have to take in this struct instead of the typical ins here. In fact, to make it easier for us, let's just follow the same naming convention. Is there any point in doing a block? Let me look that up. Okay, so there's actually no performance reason to do that. So what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna make everything not this. I don't wanna talk about it. Oh, you broke my heart. I don't like the V's. I never liked the V's, so I in my old age, I have really enjoyed just making things. What is this case called again? It's not camel case. It's, you know, it's. I like that case now. I've become a fan of that case when it comes to just specific things like this, where you really want it to stand out. I'm changing a lot of code right now, so I'm kind of worried that we're gonna fuck something up. So that is worrying me. Okay, so let's take a look at our geometry shader. What else did I do in here? I literally just got the LMUV, right? That was it, right? Okay. Yeah. My nail almost came off like a week and a half ago, and it still like has like throbbing pain on it. It like the left half separated from my finger is pretty gnarly. That's the consequence of doing hard work, like opening the fridge. My hand was like slippery, and it just fucking got caught on the handle, and it was like, bro, I was just opening the fridge. Like, come on. And it's the same finger that I cut the top off of at my old job. So this finger has been through a lot, man. This finger has gone through some shit, bro. Let me tell you. This poor finger of mine. So index count, we also need one more thing. We need the first index. In the sky, they don't mean nothing to you. They're a mirror. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. If I stay here for a little bit longer. If I stay, you won't listen to my heart. Oh, oh, my heart. Oh, talk about it. How you broke my heart. I should really make an enum for these. But I'm not going to. So, sorry. I just don't give a shit. That's the problem with me. Index count, first index, and LM offset. Index count, first index. Is that start index? I don't think so. We need the LM offset, sir. Yeah, current LM offset, that's what we need. Do we need to make another thing, or am I have so many fucking variables that are named like the exact same thing here. We have draw offset, index count, first index, and LM offset. Like, what are we even doing here? Okay, so the draw offset is the index in the index buffer for the beginning of the draw. That one's very easy. The first index is the same thing. Is it? Is it the same thing? Or is the first index... I think the first index is per mesh. The first index is per mesh. The index count is the amount for the submesh. So we need the alammo offset. Okay, that's easy. Index count, first index. And so I'm using index count times GL instance ID because yeah, no doubt. So that matters. That is what it is. And then GL vertex ID minus the first index. But that's not the first index per mesh. That's the first index in the index buffer. So we don't actually want this for first index. We want start index. So we can get rid of that before we make a mistake. Start index gives us it in the massive draw buffer. So we don't want first index, we want start index. Just our naming convention should be the same. Because this is kind of fucking confusing what we're doing here. Okay. So we have everything that we need. So we want to give the start index, and this is the alammo offset, right? We've been through this. This is alammo offset, then it's index count, and then start index. Yes. And so this should give us the index offset. This is what we've decided on here. And now, theoretically, all we have to do is fucking get rid of the geometry shader from our linking. I don't wanna talk about it, how you broke my heart. Okay, so when we create the Uber shader program, we want to get rid of the geometry shader. Just get rid of it. Just literally get rid of the geometry shader. It's that simple. Okay. Okay, I don't expect to get this right on the first try. Wow. Really? We got this right on the first try? Are you fucking serious? Holy shit, no way. No fucking way. There's no way we did this on the first try. Let's try actually using the lightmap though. Oh my god. That's actually pretty trippy. Look at this. What? That's crazy. Whoa. It's like the whole building is tilted and broken. Yeah, that's sick. But obviously not what we're looking for. Okay, so the lightmap UVs are off. Yeah, I knew that this wasn't going to be easy. But no one said that it was going to be so hard. Shout out Chris Martin. Shout out Chris Martin, bro. Something I'm immediately interested in is, so we know that we set the current alammo offset here. what if we just keep the current LM offset and the current offset the same thing? Like, is this stupid of me to assume that it could be this easy? And we immediately crash. Okay, so we can't do that. We probably can't do that. We probably can't do that then. Talk about it, how you broke my heart. We're not indexing it correctly or something. How about this? Let's just try doing it the naive way, like this. And then let's just try that. I should really be starting this with... Okay, it's actually still broken. The windows kind of look fine though, which is weird. Although maybe it's just hard to see on the windows. But yeah, the bar and the building is fucked. I think it's honestly because those have sub-meshes. Talk about it. Wait, isn't start index? No, start index is the index. Is an index in the array, right? Start index is what we use. When we do the actual draw call, right? This is here. This start index. Hey, what's up, Joshua? Talk about it. I knew that this was going to be hard because the indexing is weird. The LM offset gets current LM offset for the submesh. Then it goes and it goes and it goes per mesh node. Oh man, this is tough. This isn't gonna work, but I just want to see what I get out of it. And not great, not great at all. Oh, tricky, tricky, tricky. Well, I don't know how to debug this really. Is this lightmap data is a vec4 100%, right? I mean, we've never had trouble with it before, so I doubt that it's a problem, to be honest. It should only be one instance for that whole thing. But I guess each draw command gets multiple, and then they get sorted, and then maybe it ends up out of order for the draw call. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's that it has multiple submeshes, the building, and that's what is triggering the bug. That's what I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that the building itself has submeshes, and that's what's causing the problem. Actually, yeah, it definitely does have submeshes. It's hard because I have to guarantee everything is in the same order. Tricky, 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 tricky. Yeah, I think these need to have the same. These need to have the same thing. These need to. Yeah. That's what it needs to be. Yeah, they need to have the same thing. This needs to go to current offset 100%. 100%. Just don't increase it. Just go current offset down here. That's what it is. And then this just becomes current offset. Has to be that way. Has to be that way. I just realized. Has to. I know that I wanted to save the space, but there we go. Okay, works. I hope it works. We should really turn the light off to see. I don't like that. Okay. Well, I guess it's not fixed. I'm pretty sure they're all getting the same. I think they're all getting the exact same place in the buffer. Yeah, that's not good. That is really not good. It's much better than it was, obviously, but this LMUV offset isn't used for anything else, right? We don't actually use it for anything. It's just a running count, so it shouldn't matter. What could be causing that behavior? What would be causing that behavior? It almost feels like everything gets the same UVs. Which is weird. I could go and like visualize LMUVs here, right? We could try and see. We try that just to see what's going on. Weird. Very weird. So the chair. And the building is black. Yeah, that wouldn't change it. The chair, really. The building is black. Why does the chair have lightmap UVs? It's not a dynamic object. It's weird that the building gets none. That's weird. Because the building should have, you know, one of them, you know, something in the building should have LMUVs. Something. But the bar and the window having one means that other instances aren't getting lightmap UVs. So index count times GL instance ID isn't working. Which is kind of strange. Because this LM offset here should refer to everything that goes on for the mesh nodes that have the same mesh ID. This current count, current offset, boom, boom, boom. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Fuck. That's bizarre because we're obviously drawing them. We're obviously drawing them. And if I just do this, I'm assuming that all of the windows should light up. No. Now that is bizarre. Now that is bizarre. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. We had vertex offset. No, but that's the original offset. There's nothing that should change in GL vertex ID. Let me see, how does GL vertex ID work? Vertex ID work in GL draw elements instance base instance. Raw index value fetched from the active GL element array buffer. Completely unaffected by the yeah, so these, it should be getting the same value for all of them. How is it getting a different value? That's bizarre. Unless they're different draw calls. Unless there are different draw calls. And if they are, then that would cause it, sure. Maybe. Maybe if they have different submeshes and they're in different places, then yeah, that would cause it, but I think that they're batched. The windows should be batched. If they aren't batched, then I'd be surprised. I would be surprised if somehow they don't get batched. Let's take a look then. I don't know anymore. First command material. Just to see what it is. I don't know what else in the first command could hint at us what it is. I don't think that we have in first command anything that would give us the we just have, for this scene, we could just have static mesh and then see what's going on. I look like a real coder? Thank you. Oh. We have a lot of draw calls that aren't batched. A lot. A lot of draw calls that aren't batched. With no reason for them to not be batched. Okay. What is my condition again? Material, static mesh. Huh. It seems like in changing my this stuff, it fucked things up. This one is particularly peculiar because these have the same material. Huh. Like these are just absurd that those aren't getting batched. Huh. Okay. Well, this is peculiar because we got this working the other day. God fucking damn it. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that everything has different mesh IDs, even though they're the same mesh. I think that I fucked this up in Blender, probably. Let me look up. Oh, I see. Okay, so I duplicated things poorly, but I think that we can fix it, apparently. So let's just go here and then go Object Data Properties tab. Click the drop down menu next to the object name. And click the drop down menu next to the object name. Am I linking them? Am I doing it? Is this working? It's not in. Oh, object data properties. Wait, What the fuck? Okay, so click. Wait, what? I'm so fucking confused. Oh my god. Okay, listen. We're just gonna do this manually, I guess. God, that fucking sucks. But I mean, this... My engine should be able to handle it. Should be able to handle it. We'll fix that later, but we should be able to handle it. So how do I handle it? If everything has a different mesh, then everything has a specific, different alammo offset. Then that vertex ID doesn't matter. I know, but we would still go through here later. Fuck. No, but this still should work. Everything has a different mesh, and this would still, you would still get per submesh. You would get the alammo offset and the draw offset. No matter what. No matter what, you would get a new one. This is so annoying because the draw offset and the current offset should be the same. Fuck. I'm so confused. The batching is obviously broken because nothing is linked, but that shouldn't matter. Because if everything is a different mesh, then everything gets different stuff anyway. So I would guess that naturally everything has a different alammo offset. And naturally a different start index as well. So every static mesh has an offset, yeah. I'm guessing that these are the windows, 21 through 25. Surely enough, these would be the windows. Is it possible that my UV light map just doesn't have enough space on it? I mean, would that be crazy, or like, I mean, no, we do say out of space when we run out of space, so there's no way. There are a lot of meshes, but there's no way. And we definitely upload the full thing. It wouldn't matter because all of this stuff is, all of these meshes are, I'm assuming, the building. Bar and building are mesh 0 and 1, which is here. No, that can't be right. Because then we have all of this. With material 1. What is material 1? I don't know if they're in the same order. We can check in the GLTF. Material 0 is the bar, and then building is 1, then floor is 2. So bar has 0, which is fine because, oh wait, No, this is the bar. This is the bar. We did a mat of 1 and it's a static mesh. So the bar gets it. But the rest of this for the building doesn't get it. Huh. And then this is the floor. So all of this is the building. All of that's the building. Let me further look this up, I guess. All right, let's see what the AI overview has to say for me. Oh, that doesn't give you the actual offset. It gives you the oh, that's the oh my god. Oh, I thought that this was something completely different. Oh shit. Oh, I see. I get it now. Okay. Okay, well that was so fucking confusing to me because of... Okay, so that's the... Oh my god, it's the vertex number, not the index number. Okay, so it is titled correctly. So then this just needs to go over here. And it gets stored with the per vertex data. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, let me think about this. So we store it in our submesh. we store in our submesh. Right, but this isn't vertex per vertex. Right, this is per index. Right. Yeah, this is a problem because I can't have it per vertex. Oh, it just bailed on me. It just bailed on me. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay. 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 I'm really considering just going back to duplicating vertices. I really am. Like this, there's gonna be a cost now if I bind the index buffer as an SSBO. I don't know if this is. Okay, we need to be tricky here, I think. We have the vertex ID. Right? We get the vertex ID of each one. But we're per element the lightmap UVs. Getting around a geometry shader is surprisingly difficult for this. Surprisingly fucking difficult. Surprisingly difficult. You just duplicate the vertices, but it just feels bad. It just feels really bad. Duplicating the vertices feels really bad. What you... I feel like there's a way to do this, though. If we use the vertex ID and we get, say, 10 out of it, that goes to the vertex. That doesn't mean anything to us because we're per element. We're per triangle, not per vertex. Which is a big problem. Yeah, big problem. God, this is so difficult. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, none of this works. There's going to be more memory if we do it this way, but I think this is the only way to do it. Okay, without incurring performance penalties, this is the only way we can do it. Is per triangle, we emit the lightmap UVs. Like this. Wait, don't we already pretty much do this? Don't we already pretty much do this? Already? Why is this here? Why don't we just do it this way? Why didn't we just do it this way in the first place? What is the hidden gotcha here? Is there a hidden gotcha here if I do it this way that I wasn't thinking about before? There probably is. But we do duplicate the vertices, technically, already. And then we just make it per vertex. Wait, we don't do that code anymore. We don't do that code anymore. That's why I was confused. Right, we just do this now. For static meshes, we could just literally unroll it. We could literally just do that. And then just have that per vertex again. And then just have duplicated vertices. But we would be drawing so much more geometry due to that. I wish we could just fetch it from an SSBO. I like per vertex. I wish. Yes, I technically could do this. I could technically pass the vertex that... I'm worried because the only solution it seems to be is to actually just do GL draw arrays for this. Debug draw system, and that is... It's not genius work. Right now it isn't genius work at all. I think the only way is to go back to GL draw arrays for static meshes, which is fucking stupid. But I don't know how to avoid it. either that or keep the index buffer, but duplicate the vertices, and then therefore the indices also have to change. Fuck. That sucks. That really sucks. That really sucks. It also, the AI overview here has a separate workaround that I think is possibly a thing. Like, this is possible, right? Where you could technically have a VBO that just has numbers from 0 to the maximum of your index buffer that you just pass as a per vertex attribute. But I don't know how to... I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if that would work. Because that's per vertex, not per... Yeah, it's... I mean... Okay. So... Okay. So... our static meshes have lightmap UVs, okay? The lightmap UVs, believe it or not, are not per vertex. They're per triangle for a reason, right? So if you have a triangle that's here and a triangle that's here, then they're not actually, on the same UV island. They use two different UVs, okay? Does that make sense? So in that way, we've always been duplicating vertices, basically. The problem with that is that there's a lot more drawing that goes on for static meshes because of that. I tried to get around it, right, by not duplicating the vertices explicitly and instead having an index buffer, and then later down the line using a geometry shader to split out, right, when it's necessary per vertex. However, it's bad for performance, apparently. So what is the way around this? I think I'm at the point where the only way around it is to literally just use GL draw arrays for static meshes, which sucks. That sucks. That just straight up fucking blows, not gonna lie. That sucks to hear. The good thing is that there is GL draw arrays base instance, okay? So that is still a thing that you can do. It does suck though. It does really, really suck. It really sucks. Or we could keep an index buffer if it's that important to us, and just have the indices go to the duplicated triangles and just have one index per triangle, which is probably the bad way of doing it. Anyway, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but howdy doody, what's up? I'm sorry, I'm kind of in a bad mood about this because it kind of just fucking blows, to be honest. The good thing is that we're already sorting our draw commands by static meshes first, so all of our static meshes go together anyway. But using GL draw arrays just feels so juvenile, I don't know. But I guess it's what we have to do. What was that? What do you mean? I don't want to use GL draw arrays for my static meshes in my engine. I don't want to. Like, but I think we literally have to. I just wish that there was a better solution, but the only other solutions make our engine slower. So the only real solution I can make is to put the lightmap UVs per vertex and then duplicate vertices for static meshes and then do GL draw arrays instead of GL draw elements. So it just sucks, though. It really, really sucks. It really, really fucking sucks. I'm a game dev. I am a programmer. I'm a graphics programmer. That sucks. That really sucks. We're just gonna do it this way because I don't want to duplicate code anymore. We're just gonna do it this way. Oh, god fucking damn it. That's a cool... It's technically a text editor, not a IDE, but it's called Helix. So, wow, real shit day today, huh? Okay. So we'll use, right, so we have to still care about submeshes, naturally. But now we don't have to go by submesh first, do we? It doesn't really matter. But we do have to go by submesh, yeah. Oh, technically, no, we do. Definitely do. God, it's gonna be so painful. Your lack of knowledge got exposed. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. I also, you know, was all about the IDEs. What project am I working on? I'm working on a game engine. I would show it off right now if we could compile, but unfortunately, we're kind of in the middle of a big refactor. Yeah, basically, I have this draw buffer, and I don't want it to be GL draw arrays. I want it to be GL draw elements because elements is faster. However, I can't, and so now my engine has to be split into both, right? So the static meshes get GL draw arrays, and the not ones get GL draw elements. Reason being, the static ones are light mapped. Does it need like hard math? Yeah, sometimes. We have to do it in the vertex. So, God, this is gonna be a lot of code that we have to write now. This is gonna be a lot of fucking code. Trust me. This is gonna be a lot of code. Oh god. It's not really the amount of code that I'm worried about. It's about that I'm like fairly sure that I'm gonna fuck something up while writing it is the problem. That is my problem with it. Because there's a lot of shit that we have to change now. Okay, this all of the locations go up one. I should play Quake today. I'm in a Quake mood. I should treat myself to some Quake. I think that would make me happy today. Maybe after all of this shit gets done, then I can play Quake. Maybe that's something to look forward to. They just added some new maps for free. Cool. Yeah, I occasionally check on the Quidicted or whatever it is for new maps to play. The community is pretty fucking cool for Quake, not gonna lie. For making all these maps all the time, it's like pretty awesome. So, shout out Quake. What kind of math? Vector math, linear algebra, that sort of thing. Some level of like calculus probably. Okay. Okay. So I have no clue if this code just works to drop in. Count ++ should bring us there. I don't really know about this current offset shit. How that is working. But yeah. Technically, here's what's happening, right? Our vertex buffer is now right, yeah, we're going per mesh node too. This is why I wanted to avoid this. Fuck. Studying for an exam in 3 hours. Oh, good luck. No, I started like about 2 hours ago, probably 3. God, I've done nothing so far. I've been stuck. All the cool people at Universally play Quake. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Quake is awesome. Quake is awesome. 7 a.m. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. here. God, fuck. Yeah, this is really bad. This is really, really, really bad. We're duplicating vertices for every single mesh node for static meshes. That means if a building is drawn in like 10 buildings or the same building, then we're duplicating the vertices for every one of them. Just straight up. You know, like the amount of extra VRAM that this is going to cost is insane. And as far as I know, there's really no workaround that doesn't give a performance penalty for doing so. You know, the answer is a geometry shader, and it's slow apparently. So it's really I don't think that there's a way around it though. At least from like my searching. There's no way around it. God, I've done so much searching and I can't seem to break through it. Okay, here's what we do. I just figured it out. Okay. So don't make it per vertex. But do GL draw arrays. That's the answer. This is the answer. Okay. So get rid of it. What we just did. Get rid of it. Okay. Get rid of it and get rid of this. Before we forget to get rid of this shit, get rid of it from here. Okay. So what I just realized is that we can do it both ways. So we do the vertices once to the vertex buffer once, and then per instance we make the lightmap stuff, right? So instead of going for each mesh node, we add the mesh properly just like this to the buffer, and then if it's a static mesh, then we loop through all the mesh nodes and then add this to the SSBO like this. And then we keep track of those UVs until later, where we use them. But it has to be done per vertex. No, it doesn't have to be done per vertex, but it has to be referenced per vertex. So every how do I index it per vertex then? God, that's confusing. Yeah, so then you just index it per vertex. because all of it is per vertex. Okay, so you add it like this, but you don't go for the mesh nodes. You do it per try. You do it per try. And then per mesh node instance, then you do it like that. But we need to do it for submeshes, for each submesh. Okay, so, okay, so we're gonna do something like this with the submeshes first, then add it like this. Actually, no, the tries should be in the same order, so you can just do the tries. You don't have to do this. Except for after. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if the submesh still needs the LM offset if we do it this way. I think it does. And if that's the case, then everything needs to be done per submesh so that we can get that offset. Because everything is going to boil down to submeshes at the end. So if we don't do it as submeshes here, then who knows what could happen. So we have to do it like this, unfortunately, and that's gonna like really make things verbose here, but that's fine. So we're gonna do it like this, and then go, instead of index count, this is going to be vertex count, and now we don't have to do divided by 3, and then we go first vertex, right, because now we're going per vertex. And so we go through all of the submeshes, we go through all the submeshes vertices, and then we just add it naturally, like, no, we can't. Yeah, we actually have to do exactly this, I'm pretty sure. Except not per mesh node. Okay, here's what we do. We copy all of this. We copy all of this. We copy all of it. Okay. So we go through our submeshes. We don't go through mesh nodes. We go through mesh nodes. Actually, only at the end we'll go through mesh nodes, and then things will be like that. Okay, so we don't go through mesh nodes. We instead only go through the submeshes and add it once, right? And so this is still index count. This is still first index because we are going through the indices, but we're going to emit the triangle data into that, just like this. Alright, so instead of that, we will use current offset here equals points, and then we'll say index equals try indices p plus vertex offset. We don't have the vertex offset, but the vertex offset is actually just offset, just the original offset. And so this is the index. So we're using the triangle data to duplicate the vertices now. So that's what this is happening here. But to avoid extra work, we're just going to do the lightmap after. So this LM offset, let's not use this. This is all mesh node stuff. So let's not use UV map here. We won't worry about the UV stuff. And so I'm cooking. Am I cooking? I think it feels kind of like Jesse at the end of Breaking Bad cooking with my fucking, I don't want to spoil Breaking Bad, okay, but that's what I feel like right now. I feel like I have a gun to my head, okay? This is not the most pleasing meal I've ever cooked, for sure. Okay. So now we take in the alammo offset. This is what we've been going for this entire time. We take the alammo offset down here. We are iterating for each submesh, right? So for each submesh, we need to go for each mesh node in existence. We set the current LM offset at the beginning to LM offset. That's a pointer. And then we, per mesh node, we have to iterate this again. We have to iterate it again. 99.6% pure, yeah. Yeah. We have to actually iterate it again. Oh no. What the fuck are we writing today? We have to iterate it again per mesh node. To do the lightmap UVs. Okay. So first of all, if not islands, continue. If there is no islands, continue. Okay. If there is islands, then we can do this. Okay, that's the good thing about doing it this way, is that we don't have to worry about the fucking islands anymore giving us garbage. However, we do need to worry about this, so we're gonna have the if UV map thing here. And how do we get the UV map again? It's from the mesh node. And then we get this shit. And then we're just happy-go-lucky. So current LM offset plus plus, okay, should work there. We don't want to increment the counter for this, and we don't worry about mesh count. Now there's a level of the MN count does matter here because it's the vertex stuff. So I think for now, what I'm just gonna do, no, the MN count doesn't matter because, wait, but these submeshes are, fuck. No, don't worry about it. This will go per instance. We'll go per instance. Okay. So this is how we do it. What type of game am I creating? I have dreams of making like a kind of like an RPG, a turn-based RPG, similar like Wizardry 7, Wizardry 8, and that's kind of my dream. but I'm making a game engine, so I've made a bunch of game engines instead of making the game, because I like making the game engines, you know. But I hope that eventually I'll be able to make it, yeah. But that is my dream. Wizardry 1 Ultima 3. Yeah, that's awesome. I never played Ultima, but I'm sure it's good. Okay. Okay, so get rid of this. Actually, get rid of this whole thing. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Okay. So if we have a static mesh, then we do all of this. Otherwise, we just add it normally. We just add it normally. Yeah, this is terrifying. The code that I'm writing right now is fucking terrifying. Like, seriously. This is like so terrifying. Okay, so now we don't actually need an index buffer for any of this. So this can technically just go away, which feels really weird and like it's going to break something. Okay, so let's give this the alammo offset. This is gonna break something really bad. Okay. Also, our v size is probably incorrect. Our v size, calc mesh size, yeah, this is 100% incorrect. Now we need basically this for that. We need this over here. Because it's not just vertices for static meshes, it's like this. If it's a static mesh, then you go, now what we don't have is we don't have the ability for a mesh to be both static and dynamic. Have like some of it that are static and some of it that are dynamic. That's not possible. Okay, I'm sorry, but it's just not possible. It's not gonna happen. Okay. Now you can load them in as two different meshes, sure, but you're gonna have to load them in twice. I'm sorry, but it's just too complicated. Okay. Okay, so for each mesh node, yes, just the amount of mesh nodes. It's the tries count times 3. That sounds exactly fine, actually. And now we just want to return 0 if it's a static mesh, because we aren't doing index buffers for static meshes anymore, which sucks to iterate once again. How sucky that sucks. That suck. I always said that sucky's a lot. That sucks a lot. That really, let me tell you, that sucks. So now it's technically possible that an index buffer is 0, which is a case that we don't really, you know, handle here. So let's handle that really quick. So let's just handle that case really quick, okay? Let's just handle this really quick. Let me just handle that really quick. Okay, handled. Boom, handled. We handled it. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I'm adding, for it to not be a static mesh, why I'm adding here. This should probably just like not exist, and we should just count static meshes, and that'd be that. Dude, my knuckle just cracked. Holy shit. I never get to crack my knuckle. That's like a once in a month thing right there. Holy shit. Dude, just what? Yeah, dude. Sometimes I get a double crack. You know, where you can crack it twice in a row, dude. That happens like once a month. I'm always so hyped when that happens. It's like insane. I'm sorry. I'm pretty lame, but yeah. Okay. Okay. This is the tough part here. Okay, so hear me out here. We need static mesh is always sorted first, so that's important. A static mesh always goes first, so that's already in play there. We have the SMJ draw offset, which should. Do we do that in the case that it's a static mesh? Add mesh to buffer. Let's go back and see. I do set the draw offset to current offset, so that should be correct. As current count and count, I'm too scared to touch, but technically they shouldn't all exist, but I'm too scared to touch them, to be honest, so sorry if that's bothering you. Okay. Oh, yeah, big problem here, Do that. Don't forget to do that. Okay, so the draw offset should technically be the same. All we have to do is change the draw call, actually, right? That's all we have to do, is change the draw call. I have no clue how many things we're gonna break when we do this, by the way. Like if I'm being serious here, this should break like at least like 10 things. Like this is gonna break everything. Like seriously, this is gonna break like fucking everything in existence. But I have to try to do it, or else I will be shamed. I will feel ashamed if I don't do it. So that's why we're gonna do it. Okay. So we are doing GL draw arrays. Oh my god, GL draw arrays. What are we fucking doing right now? Okay. So the first, it's been a while. Okay. So the first should be first command start index, then the count, then the GL draw command counts, and then the offsets at the end. That should be it. Okay. The problem with this is, what is this start index and index count? I literally have no clue what those mean. What those mean in this case of. Okay, so start index is the draw offset, which is per vertex, so that is, and the index count. The index count The index count. The index count. We definitely don't do that. Okay, so let's figure this out really quick. Oh, it's not the index. Okay. So, wait, it is the index count. Wait, it is the index count still. But that's funny how that works out. Because it is per index. Still. That should still work out. I'm interested to see if we can actually draw this. Like, if we can actually draw it as GL draw arrays right now. And see just, you know. I don't think it's gonna work, but you gotta give it a shot. You gotta give it a shot. Gotta give it a shot. Yeah, that's what I was exactly afraid of. So we're gonna GDB that. Okay, so secure cache free 436. We double freed something. 436. Free verts. Verts had nothing in it. How does verts have nothing in it? That's not possible. That's not possible. You're lying. You're lying to me. What the fuck are you talking about? How's that possible? Hold on, I just held my breath for so long that I just... Oh, if not islands, continue. Wait, but... We still emit these vertices, bro. How's our count 0? Fuck are we talking about? Try indices P. Try is... Oh, it may be that I just don't calc mesh size. Oh, wait a second. Whoops. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. That is my fault. My bad, my bad, my bad. Oh my god. Bro. This is why we can't have nice things. Okay, but we compiled. So, as long as we compiled, then I'm happy. Okay, we compiled. So that's something to be thankful for at this stage of things. Okay, first of all, this should be this. No, that should not be that. No, what am I fucking talking about? Okay, lock in. Is this is first the first vertex or the first triangle? I don't know. I don't know. Fuck if I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. I did not think so, actually. We just try the classic. I mean, this is a classic. OpenGL classic is like trying to divide things by 3 just to see if, you know, you forget that it's supposed to be divided by 3 times 3. It's just a classic thing. You know what, it's not going to be that easy. Okay, it's not going to be that easy because I have a feeling, and call me crazy, I have a feeling that they're just not correctly added to the draw buffer. So, call me crazy, but I feel like we probably made a mistake here, sadly, with what we're doing. So, that is very sad, but you know, what can you do? Why do I have a feeling like this offset is fucked up or something? Oh, wait a second. This is just J. Oh, into points. Oh. Oh, this is just, oh, that's just into points. Oh, my bad. My bad. That's into the local points array, not the global. Like, what was I fucking thinking? Because I'm thinking of indices, not anything else. Okay. The lighting on them is wrong. I don't know why that is. Why is the lighting wrong? That's bizarre. Why would the lighting change? The lighting should not change there. Unless it has something to do with the light map. Let's get rid of that printout. That's kind of pissing me off, not gonna lie. Whatever that printout is absolutely driving me insane. Oh, it's probably because we're passing the LMUVs and they're sampling it or something like that. Let's see. Let's see if we just get rid of this temporarily. No. Oh, the shadow map. Oh, we didn't change the shadow map call. Okay. Okay, thank God. Okay, that one's an easy one that we can fix. That one's an easy one we can fix. If first command static mesh, else. This one's an easy one. This goes over here. We already know this. Been having AI brute force make me a game engine for 3 weeks. All browser for rapid testing and will port when it's done. Alright, that's cool. Do you think that it's good? Or... okay, that should fix that problem. It doesn't fix the problem. Doesn't fix the problem at all. Oh, did I do it? I did it stupid, didn't I? Yeah, I didn't put it in the right place. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's how it should be. Okay. So I wasn't expecting to get the lightmap UVs right away. Because we have to write some code to do that in a sec here. So okay. So how do I do this? Now that I figured out all of this stuff, it should be times instance ID still. And GL vertex ID minus start index still makes sense. Is that just it? Is that just it? That seems like that's correct now. No, it isn't. Isn't at all. Let's try GL vertex ID because I haven't tried it without elements, so maybe vertex ID just is linear as a thing. Okay, it isn't. It isn't. I'm not entirely convinced that we're uploading it properly in the first place, so let's just take a look before we freak out. I think it has to have the same current offset actually. I think I may take that back. I think it needs to have the same current offset. But oh, but then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. because moving it to current offset really helped last time and got us to where we needed to go. So maybe because some triangles I think are too small to go on the light map, and so it ends up being weird because it skips some and then it doesn't match up. So then in that case it should probably be fuck. I mean, there's probably a way to do it. Oh wait, I don't wanna talk about it. Oh. Then in that case, I mean, then in that case it needs to be allocated for everything then. So I'm just gonna write this again. Yes. Okay, we got it working. We got it working. Whoa, my heart. Doo-ba-doom, bum, 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 bum. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. The normal map looks fucked up. Oh, maybe it isn't. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Okay, I didn't think that it would be that easy, but I also didn't think that it would be that hard to do it. And also, we still are experiencing some fucking performance issues with it, which really suck. I think what will probably help is going through and actually instancing everything, because everything is apparently not linked. So it's pretty darn good for it being able to maximize/optimize your architecture in ways you may have never foreseen. You sound like someone who I would not enjoy talking to. You know what I mean? Did I never name the tables? Oh, I didn't. God, I hate that I can't do Alt-D because of my window manager. Duplicate linked is what we need to be doing. Let's put the bar back. Like, what do you mean by optimize your architecture? Have you coded before? Because when AI writes code for me, it just gives me fucking dog shit. But maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I haven't coded enough to know good code. Hell, you know what? I probably haven't. I probably just need to code, you know, every day for like a few more years. At this point. Maybe then it'll, you know, start generating me money, or, you know, just you know, I don't know, start helping me out. Maybe just a few more years. Yeah, this is the part that fucking sucks. The fucking windows. Jesus Christ, this fucking blows. The good thing is that I can probably just duplicate linked and then move it on top of that. I didn't duplicate linked for these, I think. You know what? Let's just... Oh, it's slightly misaligned. It is slightly misaligned. Oh no. I don't think that they were ever correct anyway, so... Okay, so which aren't the linked ones? We can see it here. I'm gonna assume it's the ones that don't have the numbers. It's gonna be the ones with the lower numbers. Okay, we should probably go do that, yeah. Okay, the tables, we can just delete the second table and then just duplicate linked and then just go over here. Okay, let's just bring everything back. Okay, I don't know what stool is not there, but we're just going to delete it. Let's delete these planes over here. Oh, it should be this. Alright, let's see if we have better batching with that. Yeah, the performance issues are for real. But yeah, whatever. Oh fuck, I didn't compile properly. I went through and I duplicate linked for everything, and everything still has its own mesh. So fucking Christ. See, each one still has its own mesh. Unless I didn't export it properly or something. Maybe I need a... Maybe I need to apply the modifiers first. Maybe with a modifier it doesn't link them. Fuck you. Huh. God fucking damn it. Okay. Okay, so here's why. We need to apply modifiers on everything. And then do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. God fucking damn it. That's unfucking believable. That really fucking sucks. I have to do it again. I have to do what I did again. I literally have to do it again. That is like the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like, that is so lame. I'm sorry, that's so fucking lame. That is just so fucking lame. God bless America. I should have went to the military. That would have been fucking cool, man. That would have been fucking really sick. Here we fucking go again. Let's do it from the bottom this time. Oh yeah, from the bottom is totally where it's at. Should really do. Oh yeah, that's really helpful actually. Yeah, the topology on this window. I mean, man, who modeled that? A fucking idiot, complete idiot. Look at that, disgusting. I gotta talk to that guy. I've got some words for him. Sorry, I'm a bit unhinged today. So who wants to hire me for Blender work, huh? I'm accepting all offers. What? Okay, so which one is the one that's linked? Oh my god, I didn't apply the modifiers. Oh my god. Oh my god. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Holy shit, I'm tilted. Holy fucking shit, I'm tilted. Holy fucking shit, I'm tilted. But I didn't apply for the bottles either. Oh, bro. Bro. Dude. That is so fucking unlucky. Holy shit. It's not unlucky. I just need to like be put in fucking jail for that one. I don't understand a few things. One of them being like, why apply modifiers on shit with the exact same modifier doesn't link them on export. Now maybe I'm fucking stupid or something, but I feel like that's gotta be like, there's gotta be a better reason for the reason that there probably is. Okay, there's probably a reason, but I feel like it's not a good enough reason, probably. But I mean, what do I know, right? But okay, so now all the ones without modifiers, with modifiers, need to get fucking deleted. You need to get fucking deleted. Okay, delete you, delete you, delete you, delete you. Okay, now we're happy-go-lucky. Time to duplicate the bottles. Apply modifier for this. Duplicate U linked. RZ. Give it a little bit of a spin. I spun it into exactly the same spot. Okay. Now let's just apply modifier to the bar and apply modifier to the building. Okay. Now if that doesn't work, then there's nothing we can fucking do about it. Then I give up. Bibidome. You fucking piece of... Is this the nodes? Okay, that's the nodes. That's the nodes, okay. I would have lost my fucking shit if that was the meshes. Okay, thank God. Thank fucking God we're down to fucking 6 draw calls or whatever. Dude. I would have been so fucking tilted. Would have been so fucking tilted. Okay. So now that our shit is correct, we can... My code was correct. It was just the model. I know very little. Can you explain some difference between C++? Are there advantages to C? There aren't really advantages to C, no. C is the programmer's language, really, you know? It's a good language for programming in. in C++, you've got a lot of fancy knobs like vectors and shit, right? But the problem with it is that I think especially beginners probably don't know what fast and slow code is. And so I think a lot of beginners probably, and I've seen on the internet on the exercises, the C++ exercises where people just like push back onto vectors for shit that is of known size, you know? So I think if you want to get good at programming, you should probably write C. That's my thing. You should probably just write C, because C teaches you about memory, like actually about memory, actually about pointers. There are plenty of people that write C++ that still don't know what a pointer is, you know, like, you know, have deep knowledge on like how to do pointer arithmetic and things like this, you know, like, you know, C exposes all of that to you and wants you to use that. C++, that's all abstracted away from you, right? And so I think that C is a language that it allows me to like express myself and my skill as a programmer, I think, is the way I'd say. Okay. I want to do a test. I want to test our performance if we don't GL query. I'm just like curious. I'm just literally, that's all I'm going to do. I just want to not GL query and then see if there is a performance decrease. I'm just curious. I just literally am curious about that. While we're here, I'm just going to set up a cool looking thing, just because I personally like cool looking things. Okay. So we haven't, our GPU hasn't gotten mad at us yet, which is pretty rare, to be honest, for, you know, how it's been going recently. I'm just waiting for it to freak out. There we go. Okay. Okay, so it's still freaked out. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. Not much I can do about that. That's before the swap. So before the swap, we're at 11 in CPU time. So we are still relatively cutting it close. So let's just do some testing on toning some things back. okay, so let's just do what we were going to optimize today. Okay, so for better or for worse, we got rid of the geometry shader. Okay, so for better or for worse, we got rid of it. So that's what happened. We wanted to pack FBM noise better into 3 channels for 1 lookup. Okay, so that's another thing. That one shouldn't be that hard. We wanted to use a UBO for the SSAO kernel. We want to use subdata for debug stuff. And we want to use divines for Uber shader branches, but that one's kind of a pain in the ass. Let's just optimize what we were going to optimize. Let's just optimize what we're going to optimize. So, packing FBM noise better. That one's a freebie. I don't think that we're going to get any real performance gains out of it, but let's just do it just to see. What I think is killing us is honestly our fucking SSAO. Probably. Yeah, that's what I'd have to venture the guess on. We've already gotten rid of the Sobel stuff, so yeah. Another thing that we can try is that we technically already have a pre-pass depth, right? We want to change this to 24, by the way. We already have a pre-pass depth, so we technically don't actually even need a depth texture on our main FBO anymore. So that could be slightly helpful. That could be slightly helpful. Yeah, that could be slightly helpful. I would kind of like to do a render doc, but it's probably gonna tell me already what I know, to be honest, with the profiling. But I'd be kind of curious to see how bad the SSAO stuff is. The problem with doing the render doc stuff is that I have to comment out all of the fucking all of the bindless textures shit, which honestly isn't bad. I've done it before, but it's just kind of annoying. But anyway, we should just optimize what we know we can optimize first before we go down that road. Okay, so when we initialize our noise texture, we just initialize one channel of it. We go GL red, do 1 channel of it. What we should be doing is doing 3 channels of it and sampling it once. So what we're gonna do is at 3 different frequencies. We're going to do RGB 16F. Tricky thing with this is that it's not really easy to do this, but we're gonna try it. So FBM text, we're gonna calc to size of vec 3. Now, I wonder if there's a problem with uploading vec 3s. Maybe we should upload vec 4s. I don't know, but whatever. So this will be .x, and then we need to do at a higher frequency the other ones, and so we can take a look at what frequencies we were doing here for the animation, and for the normal we had some stuff here. 0.01, 0.5, 0.5, 0.001. Yeah, I think that it's something like that. It kind of sucks because then we lose the 5. We'd still have to sample once for both. But we kind of do lose the high frequency stuff. Okay. No, because this is still like a similar relationship to this, and this. Okay. So let's just do times 0.1 times 0.05. So let's just do this. Effect 3 scale P 0.1 and then 0.05 for D2. Something like this. Something like this. Okay, and now we should just sample it once. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's just leave it as is. Let's just leave it as is and then see. And then you can still sample it with times 5. That's fine. You can still sample it with 5 and then see. You'd also go to R and then see. Oh, but you want to sample it with a different... Yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Don't really know. Don't really know. Alright, let's give it a shot. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Yeah. The walls disappeared. What? The fuck are we talking about? What? What? How did that break this? How does this break anything? This, what the fuck are you talking about? What? Oh. Unless this is like load-bearing code somehow. Which, in that case, my bad. Oh, okay. Okay, so we still need a depth texture. That's what we discovered. That's what we discovered. Okay, just calm down. We still need a depth texture, so that's what we discovered. Unless you could use the same depth texture for multiple FBOs. Maybe you can. I don't think that you can. Yeah. This is super weird. When you get close to the ground, this is... I think that this is something to do with the SSAO or something. Super weird. Something else that I'm noticing is that the bottles are gone. So I may have fucked something up there. I'm just gonna toggle visibility on the bottles. So I feel like they may be like load bearing bottles for whatever reason. I don't know. And then maybe see if that weird artifact goes away or something. Oh god. We are certainly lagging today. Certainly. Yeah, the artifact does go away. So it is, in fact, those bottles are being weird. Something else that's interesting is that this... Huh. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna guess that that's SSAO being weird. There's something weird going on with that now. Oh, probably because that depth pre-pass doesn't have the correct stuff in it anymore. Yeah. I kind of want to comment it out, to be honest, though. Because I don't know. Or is there a stool on the floor? I'm not sure. I think it's because it just didn't have the right draw calls. Stool does not belong on the floor. Okay, there is no stool on the floor now. Yeah. We are really feeling the performance decreases for sure. For sure. Okay. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the SSAO stuff, to be honest, but we at least could be passing our kernel differently, you know. Anyway, this stuff I'm not that happy with. This I'm not that happy with, I'm not gonna lie. But we can play around with it later. I mean, oh my god. God, I can't believe I just did that. We can play around with that later. The main thing is that we optimized it, right? Oh wait, actually, did I undo that code? Or did I leave that in? I should have undid it, right? And left it in. Yeah, we left it in, right? Something else we can do is we can make a UBO. I have this we can move things off of the checklist now. So let's just write done. So the UBO for the SSAO kernel is what I had up next. It's annoying because I have to do the pattern for this again and stuff. But the good thing is that this is a UBO that I can just literally, I don't have to do anything with it. I mean, I don't have to triple buffer it. So I can literally just have this here and just, you know, it'd be fine. I don't have to do any of this nonsense with it. I can literally just call it, we'll just GL buffer storage it for sure, but we want to, first of all, let's have we don't have a define here for it, but let's just have a define SSAO kernel size. We want to have it 16 because we already have problems. And we want to do, for the size, we literally just want to do SSAO kernel size times vec3, size of vec3, except in UBO you kind of want everything to be vec4s for alignment purposes, and so everything will be vec4s in that case. Okay. And UBO flags, we actually don't need these UBO flags. We just want... What flags are default? Let me look at all the flags again. Buffer, storage, flags. I don't think I need any of these flags. I just need to upload it once. Do I have to have... Huh. Let me look up literally if you can do this. You can initialize it with data once when you create it. Via the pointer during creation. Okay. So you just have to do it here. You just have to do it there. And so we don't need to change it ever again. So pre-compute SSAO kernel goes to SSAO kernel. And then you should just be able to upload it here. And everything should be vec4s for this. Just so that we don't run into any problems. I want 0 problems, to be honest. Okay, so we're uploading it as vec4s to here. And we're very happy. I'm very happy personally. Oh yeah, we probably have some issue here because this sample needs to be vec4. Honestly, just do this, and then just at the end, just do vec3 to vec4. And then be happy. Okay. So we upload that to there. And now in our SSAO stuff, instead of taking this in here, we're going to take in the binding for vec4 kernel 16. And then every time we use kernel, we have to make it .xyz. And that should be absolutely fine. I'm pretty sure that it is 4, right, for the binding. Yeah, it is 4. Okay. So now we can luckily get rid of our inefficient binding here for this kernel. We can get rid of it. Which makes it a bit cheaper, yeah. We also want to make the blur at the same resolution. I think that this was a big mistake. When I was doing this, I didn't like the result that I was getting, and so I made it at a higher resolution, just the blur. I think that that's a big mistake by me. I don't wanna talk about it, how you broke my heart. Okay, so technically that should be everything that we need to do. I also want to make this light. I should make this light not a spotlight. Just a point light. Because binding mismatch between shaders for UBO named camera data. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. SSAO appears to be fine. Appears to be fine, yeah. I assume that we're gonna have some performance issues soon. So let's just wait for them. Using -J in make. What does -J do? Is there a good reason for it? I use -G. But what does -J mean? Parallel run. What does that mean? I use OpenMP. Okay, there we go. There we go. But isn't it? Oh, there. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad. But we did it, so done. Compiler command in parallel. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll do it. Why not? Let's do it. Like that? Like in C flags? Okay. Let's do it. How many cores? 8. I may have a shit GPU, but at least my CPU is... It does the job. It does the job. No make flag? Like down here? I don't know how makefile works really, to be honest. Is it like here? I don't fucking know. I just copy and paste the same shit every time, to be honest. Make J num cores in CMD. Okay. That's cool. Maybe we should do that, yeah. Okay. So we're putting things off the list for sure. Use sub data for debug stuff. We can definitely do that. That's an easy win. You're not gonna see any any mad from me. You're not gonna see any mad from me. Okay, so let's offset size data. That's what it is. That is what it is. Okay, so the buffer is wireframe VBO. So in init, let's just set it to a fucking massive size that we're never gonna reach. And just let it be like that, you know? Let it be like that. Where the fuck is this thing, though? Here it is. Okay. So, I don't actually do anything with it. Let's make it GL buffer storage, huh? GL buffer storage, GL raised, you know, classic. And we'll just make it GL write bit. GL map. Oh, but then we have to map. I don't want to map. That's fucking lame. I don't want to map. No. We're not mapping for this. We'll just GL buffer data it, okay? Just map GL buffer data it with GL stream draw. And we're gonna have we want the debug point count times 3 times size of debug vertex, something like that. Okay, I specifically didn't do the, we're just gonna pretend like I did the JNumCores thing. Okay, we immediately seg faulted. I'm gonna guess because we ran out of space immediately or some shit. Ah, the question marks. Lovely. Yeah. The question marks. The question marks. What is debug point count? Oh, it's uninitialized. I meant this. All right. Nice. Did it. Now we just wait for the GPU to get mad at us. While we're doing that, let's just go to done for this. And then we only have one more, and it's kind of the one that's a pain in the ass. But honestly, I don't think that one is going to help us out at all. So, what I think would help us out is getting rid of the SSAO. I think that would help us out quite a bit. So we'll probably make that an option, just to turn that off. Every time we check, dude, it's like I get like false hope. I get so much false hope just like sitting here, like, oh my god, it's taking so long this time. We might actually be out of here. We might actually get out of here alive. 5, 4, 3. Yeah, exactly. 2, 1. We hit a little hitch there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Lovely. Lovely 30 milliseconds render time. Great. Cool. Nice. Good job, guys. I'm glad that we I'm not gonna lie. I don't think making Uber shader branches for the probe bake and shit is gonna help us out. I hate to break it to you guys, but I just don't think that that really fucking matters, like, at all. Making that defines, like, actually matters so fucking little. Like, seriously. And the fact that we would have to do it twice, that we would have to make a branch for that, and then have an if define for this and that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like that's fucking lame. Because we would have to do, for case 2, we would have to do define animation and define fucking define not probe bake, and then define probe bake, and then define animation, define this, and then it ends up being like 6 ones. You'd also make it so that the animation ones don't interface with the other ones, so that no dynamic stuff gets the UV animation, which is probably kind of stupid, but it's just so much boilerplate to write. I just don't really want to do it. And it's for such little benefit, probably. Like, we would just be removing this branch and this branch. That would literally be it. And it sucks to have branches and frag shaders for sure, right? But I could comment out the branch and it wouldn't change a goddamn thing. I can promise that to you. I can promise that to you, that it wouldn't change a goddamn thing. So, yeah. But you know, your game would behave like a AAA game and would require 30 minutes to compile shaders. Yeah, it would. But also AAA games are still slow, so yeah. Should I even make an option to toggle the SSAO blur? I don't think I should. It's literally fucking pointless to do that, because who wants SSAO without blurring? That's like so dumb. I'm not fucking doing that. That's actually pointless. I like thought about doing that for a second, and then I was like, dude, that's so fucking stupid. Don't do that. Should I make no, don't make another it gives film grain vibe. No, it kind of just looks like fucking squares, to be honest, because of how low the resolution is on it. It's pretty bad. I would not recommend. One day when I get a new computer, except I won't get a new computer because I'm so deep in debt that I can't even get a bank account anymore. So, yeah. But that's all right. I'll make a new computer. Yeah, dude. I'll make a new computer. That's wild. I think dummy lightmap can be used for this, probably. Since dummy lightmap, I think is just one. So, yeah, let's make a button that does this in the UI. 2027 50K game copies sold in a month. Yeah, and then finally I'll be out of bankruptcy. Holy shit. Dustmite out of bankruptcy with a 3070. Dude, they gotta watch out for me. They gotta watch out. We have to do the thing here. Wait, what am I doing here? Isn't there a thing that you can just do NK button top NK button? There is a thing. There is a thing. There is a thing. There is a thing that you can do. Okay, I don't really care for it, but whatever. We'll just do this. Let's just sprintf SSAO status. Let's just sprintf the SSAO and then just that, and then just do that. I don't really give a shit. Before time screen, dude, the SSAO that is greater than the rendering resolution. Holy shit. That would be crazy. Okay. Let's give it the turn. Holy shit, that compiles immediately. Yo, you're not fucking joking. What? What? That was insane. It's like the craziest thing I've seen all week, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? So SSAO off, SSAO on. Okay, fantastic. So now with SSAO off, let's see how long it takes for my GPU to absolutely shit the fucking bed. We'll put the SSAO on just for screenshots, and then we'll just pretend. The SSAO, by the way, is at like half resolution, only 16 samples. Like, you know, it's we're already feeling it. Yeah. Yeah. We are already feeling it. We should also try to quit Blender. We're definitely not as bad as with the SSAO. I can tell you 100% certainty we're not hitting 30. This is just because my GPU overheats, by the way. Like, we could check GPU Z right now, and it would say that it's a thermal perf cap. So it's literally just the thermal. Like, if it wasn't that, then we would be able to run 60 FPS everything that we need to run. Like, it's literally just the thermal. And it's pretty funny. Like, I would like make a cooling pad for the laptop, but the funny thing about my laptop is that it's actually, the GPU is inside the fucking top part because it's one of the ones that detach. So the funny thing is that I can't even change that. So that's like the funny thing. Okay, well, I did all the optimizations I wanted to do today. Other than the use defines for Uber shader branches, which I can prove right now would not work. Also, we did this. So this can go into done. I'm pretty sure that all this we could try it without any of the branches. This also gets rid of the R probes. We're sampling the FBM texture twice. We do it twice, right? Yeah, let's get rid of the R probes because there are no R probes right now. I mean, my GPU is already mad at us at this point, so it's like, it's already mad. We might have to jostle it. Let's jostle it. Go to best performance. It makes the funny noise. We go to 60 FPS. We don't like the funny noise, so we turn it off. But now we've jostled it out of the low power state. That's the technique that I've learned, is that you just jostle it so that it chills out. Frustum cooling is on, right? Like, I'm not tweaking. I left it on, right? Yeah, I do have it on. Oh no, I don't have it on. Okay, well that definitely I should have it on. I think it was giving me some weird shit earlier. Is it really those branches that really helped us out? Or is it gonna freak out again? I really want to see it with frustum culling. What the render time is like. Yeah, the render time doesn't change because... Actually, I don't know why it doesn't change. That render time is the CPU time. So that's weird. Yeah, actually, why is the render time that high? Because that's before the swap. Also, kind of weird that the texture cuts off here. I wonder why that is. I think I never really mapped it out properly anyway. Yeah, I don't think that we're hitting... Yeah, when you hit a prop, the render time goes down. So it is taking into account the swap. So our actual frame time isn't 12, by the way. That's just VSync. That is just VSync. Okay, there we go. Yeah. You know what I want to check out? I want to check out my display settings. Advanced display settings. Let me try an exactly 60 hertz refresh rate. Just out of like the curiosity in me. Now everything looks a little bit blurry, which, you know, that's awesome. Cool stuff. Yeah, you know, I don't think that we're gonna do anything. I think the problem might just be the texture resolution, the resolution of the textures themselves. Can I downscale stuff in here just like really quickly just to test? Does it allow me to do that? That would be like fucking awesome, to be honest. Resize? Wait, no way you can do this. Wait, no way. Wait, seriously? What? That's so sick. Never mind, I love fucking Blender. Are you kidding me? You can change the texture size from in here? This is the one thing that it's like, oh, Blender has that? No way. Everything else is like, Blender doesn't have that. Are you fucking kidding me? Goodbye, nice textures. Goodbye, it was nice knowing you. Goodbye. Goodbye, my friend. We'll see you again someday. I'm straight up making everything 512. Everything is going to 512. And then we're going to see if there's a performance increase. And if so, then we'll just work with 512 textures for the rest of time. That's the only thing that I can think of now that it could be, you know, to try. We could try also getting rid of the windows. The topology on the windows is just fucking stupid. You know, the topology on the windows is truly like the dumbest thing I've ever made. And I've made a lot of dumb things. I hope that everything doesn't look shitty after this, but also I hope that the resize is actually doing something and not just resizing it on there. But the star next to the image tells me that we're doing something. We're doing something. Okay, so we're going to export it as this. Oh yeah, we're fucking chunky. We are fucking chunky, bro. This is chunky now. Holy shit. You probably can't tell because it was always chunky for you, probably, you know, on the stream, but Jesus. Jesus. Yikes. Yikes. Can't see shit, to be honest. The normals are also all fucking gnarly. But you get 1 to 2 milliseconds boost? I don't. I mean, I don't know how much of a millisecond boost I have. I turned off the GPU polling because I was scared that that was giving us performance issues. So now we're completely in the dark until the, you know, until my GPU screams. So that's what we got to wait for. We're rendering this. We're at 2 milliseconds, by the way. On the GPU side, that's what it is, 2 milliseconds until the GPU overheats. Literally 2 milliseconds. So it's not even my code being slow. My code is fast. My code is as fast as possible. 2 millisecond frame time. But once my GPU has had enough, it's had enough. It just gets hotter and hotter and hotter until it has to throttle to the point of not being used at all. That's the problem with my GPU. It can run things incredibly fast, or like reasonably fast. Not incredibly fast, but it can run things until it overheats. So, yeah. We can just have an option to just change the resolution, not just the rendering resolution, but the resolution of all the textures. I like when that's in games. Anyway. I shouldn't have probably overwritten all the textures, not gonna lie. If it doesn't overheat, I'd be really surprised. I'd be really fucking surprised. A lot of these textures were already 512. Like, the floor was already 512. The bar was already 512, I believe. But the seats wasn't 512. Is the laptop my only computer? I also stream off of a different computer. That's even worse. That computer is like from like 2014, 2013. It's the computer that my parents gave me when I was like a teenager. Yeah. It can't even run Firefox anymore. Are MIPS enabled on the textures? That's a good question. That depends entirely on Blender. Because when I import on GLTF, I basically go based on the min filter that Blender gives you. I believe it is, though. I can check, but I believe it always is, pretty much. That is a good question, though. I don't think that we're overheating. Now, to be fair, the normal map for the building texture was 2K. That's the only 2K texture. The rest were 1. So, oh no, we are. We are. There we go, 16. Yeah. This is why I used to run everything on the Intel GPU, because the Intel GPU, while it's way worse, actually doesn't overheat as much because it uses, a much better thermal system than the NVIDIA GPU. The problem with that is that it doesn't have bindless textures. I use bindless textures only for the lightmap, and so something we could do, we could just do a funny thing and just get rid of all the bindless texture stuff, and then try to run it on the Intel GPU. But let's check the MIPS. Let's do the check for the MIPS just to see if right. So if texture sampler, I take their min filter and their mag filter, or else I default to linear map linear. And so we can see, we can have a printout just to see exactly what we end up with. Add image to registry. And perfect, we're already here, so we can comment this out in a sec. Okay, so let's just see, when we load texture, right, I GL generate min map regardless, but it's only going to work if it has the correct min filter. The problem with this is that I can't actually see the min filter or mag filter in it's just going to give us a number and we have to look it up. So let's look it up, I guess. Let's look it up. Okay, so 9987 for everything. Let's do the Google. What min filter is 9987 OpenGL? It's linear min map linear. Oh, ding, 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 ding. Yep. The MIPS are enabled, fellas. The MIPS are enabled. Unless for some reason I'm not calling generate minmap somewhere. No, I am. So, okay. Let's try to compile it for the Intel GPU. I don't know how this is going to take a while, actually, for us to go through all the errors, because we're not really compatible with Intel UHD 620 anymore. So let's just see what errors we get. Okay. Block samplers must be uniform. Right. Okay. So block samplers must be uniform is referring to these, which I have declared as sampler 2D. These now have to be ints, probably. I bind them anyway, so let's not even worry about it. Those are ints anyway. Oh, actually, these are 64-bit ints, and we're not able to have 64-bit ints. So actually, everything is shifted over by 1. So then you have to have padding. So that's the padding. Let's see what else we have. rprobe data redefinition block 113. I think that let's just recompile and see. Our probe data redefinition block. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? What does redefinition block mean? Redefinition. I've never seen that before. No, it's not even giving me anything. It's giving me the wrong thing. Same variable, uniform block struct, the same clone. Our probe data. Oh shit. What? 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 Wait, you're so true. I do have a redefinition block. I guess in NVIDIA it doesn't matter if you have it as long as they're a different type. Wow. Holy shit. No way. Wait, which of these is for real? I don't even think we use this, do we? Oh, I do use it. Okay. Let's just call this our probe data our probe SSBO. Okay. Very happy about that one. Good, good, good. Okay, now we won't have an undeclared identifier. Block sample. Now we go to the lightmap init. Okay, so this is the part where we just, for the shaders, we just simply don't compile those shaders. So let's just not compile the lightmap stuff and be happy. Okay, you're pissing me off now because I commented your stuff out. The lightmap init compute shader. That isn't even called. Where are you compiling that shader from? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Oh, I didn't compile. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. You are so right. Oh, we have some lovely artifacts that are. I have no clue why the windows are blinking. Okay. It's not like the smoothest thing ever. This GPU really, it runs it at 60 FPS apparently, but then it always like jitters and shit. Okay, everything is blinking white. Let's try just rendering the albedo and then see. Oh my god, stop it. Let's try rendering just the albedo. I don't wanna. Okay, so it's down to the albedo itself. Yeah, I know I can do that. Yeah, it really isn't the smoothest thing in the world. Like, look at, oh my god. Yeah, I don't know why the white is showing up. when we're just doing the albedo, that means that it has to be on the level of getting the texture, sampling the texture. Let's try just sampling the raw texture and not multiplying it times matte diffuse. Bizarre. It depends on our distance to it. Okay. So it appears to be the UV interpolation that's the problem. It lags when I look around. It's very unstable. But I mean, it does work. And there is not going to be any lag anymore. But it is just, in general, a little bit jittery. You know, it's just a little bit jittery. Hey, it looks kind of fine. Can I turn SSAO on? I don't think it's... It immediately took a real performance hit, and nothing is showing up. Lovely. Yeah, it's weird that nothing showed up when I turned SSAO on. Let's investigate it. I gotta really make some more of these, you know, AO debug things. Okay, so the AO does exist. It's just not it's just, oh, I didn't have the right thing on, that's why. Takes forever to compile the shaders. Things are literally flickering. What the fuck is going on? I wonder if that has to do with the frustum culling, but then again, if I just go to albedo, it probably doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't flicker. You know what it might be? It might be the fact that... Yeah, never mind. Oh, but our final indirect is multiplied by AO, and there's no guarantee that this AO texture exists. So something like this, maybe. Okay, there we go. No, it's still fucking broken. It's only when SSAO is on. Oh, like, what the fuck, dude? What are we talking about, bro? Like... Why? Just why? Imagine you tune into the stream now and you're just like, what is he doing? Why is he doing a circle with his mouse? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Is he doing some coding wizardry right now? No, it just sucks. It just sucks. Okay, whatever that bug is seems to have gone away. Doctor Strange opening a portal. Okay, yeah, but when you have that on, it's wrong. How about let's not do that? No, like what? Like, we can't be serious. Okay, let's just try just direct diffuse times AO. Okay, no, it's just completely chopped. It's just completely fried. This AO value is cursed. For whatever reason. Even though when I view it alone, it looks fine. It's just when I multiply it times stuff sometimes, it just... Oh no, this is fine. So why does the lighting not work just when AO is on? Oh, that's so stupid. Oh my god, that's so dumb. What is that? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? No, it just breaks when AO is on. And honestly, you know what it might be? It might just be broken just because of our frame rate. It might be one of these things where it just breaks when the frame rate dips too low. And it's something that I shouldn't just like be worrying about right now. That's probably what it is, to be honest, because this shit, when the frame rate goes too low, it just goes wonky. It just straight up starts breaking shit. So I think that it's just that, and we shouldn't worry about it too much. Honestly, kind of better than I thought. The problem with this though is that I can't make light maps. I can't do light maps right now because we don't have bindless textures, so there's no way to make light maps. So this was cool though. I'm glad that we did that. We did catch a bug because of it, so at least that's cool. Cool. Now we can say that we work on Intel UHD 620. That's the biggest bragging rights ever. People don't know how crazy that is. I've had some trouble getting things to run on Intel UHD 620. Let me tell you. I've had some unlucky shit with that. Let's just default to false. Yeah, that's pretty much all we can do to optimize it, I feel like. That's pretty much all we can do. So, yeah. Very much sucks to say, but there is nothing else I can do. There's nothing else I can do. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for here. Looking for a soul, looking for a single little bit of a sliver of a hope, you know what I mean? Something else we could do, we could implement changing the resolution. We could render at like 480p. Maybe we can dither everything like I did with the old engine and make everything kind of like a vibe. I love it that when people come on the stream and talk to me, they're like, your PS1 engine was crazy. I didn't really make it out of choice. That was just what I could make, get to run on this thing, Yeah, we're slow. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's something that I don't know about, all this. Maybe there's like a secret that I'm not privy to that everyone else knows that I don't know. That is like, oh, if dustmite just coded this way, then it would just be fast. Like, I don't know. If anybody has like that sort of secret that they want to share with the class, then you can let me know now. That would help me out a lot. That would be sick. We can get rid of like a few lines that we aren't using in here. You can try to change your name to John. Why? So that I could be John Carmack, yeah. I got that without having to look over, by the way. I got that mid look over, so I got that. I feel like John Carmack would probably just like be like, okay, listen, we have all of these pieces, okay, and we should instead just build a time machine, go back in time, don't go to college, and then instead do something worth doing, and then we could have enough things here so that we could make something better. Or John Carmack would probably be like, okay, we got to work with what we have, and instead of implementing PBR and shit like this, let's just make, a game with the limited resources we have instead of dreaming big, So I feel like that would be probably John's thing. I'm stubborn. That's my issue. I'm kind of like stubborn with shit like this, I just want to get it to work, and then when it doesn't work, even though that should be the expected thing, I just like kind of get pissed off at it. Like, why do you not fucking work? Are you fucking kidding me? Why do you not fucking work, you piece of fucking shit? Like that whole thing. You know what I could also do? I could also just like make sure that we're not sampling garbage all the time, because like this samples nothing if we don't have one of these things. Yeah, that's another thing. This probe texture, I don't have a dummy probe texture. So if we don't have a light map that's baked, then I don't know what it's sampling. I don't know if this is like probably giving it some issues. like my case. I'm unemployed. Also, I think even if I did get employed, it would be weird because how are they going to pay me? So I don't know how I'd get through that one. I'd probably have to call a bank and be like, yeah, listen, guys, I'm employed. You can trust me. That would probably be the conversation. I could probably swing it. I could probably figure it out. Anyway. Yeah, I could try. Where I sample, where I set the probe texture and shit. This texture, not even a checking account. My bank account was closed due to my credit score. Because in the space theme, you said you're applying for jobs and you need to learn C++. Right, exactly. And then I did apply to jobs and then I didn't get any of them. So that's exactly what happened. I don't have a college degree, and so I think I have kind of a leg down with the whole job market thing. So I still program though. Maybe there is some. What happens? Let's see. Does it optimize around it? Yeah, so it automatically puts it to a 0. Actually, we just all we need to do is just make sure that in init our texture is initialized to 0 for sure. Actually, we just straight up do that in main here. We should just initialize all of our textures to 0. Like legit. Like all of this stuff, just initialize it to 0. Redefinition of noise texture. Why are you telling me about this now? Everything should be at 0 initially. And we should probably go to 720p. How much in width is 720p? How much in width is 720p? 720p resolution. 1280, that's what it is. Oh, so I've just been 960ing. So let's just go to 720 then. Let's go even smaller. Even smaller, guys. me pretending like setting all these to 0 is going to actually change anything. No, it will not. It will not. Okay. Undefined variable R probe color. Yeah. You are right about that one. You are right about that one. I don't wanna talk about it. Oh, this is weird. This is weird. Oh my gosh. This is so weird. Oh my god. I've been with 960 for so long that this is just weird. Oh my god. This is just a weird. I don't like this. I really don't like it. Looks like widescreen, like I'm watching a movie. I like the 960. The 960 I think is 4x3, right? I fuck with 4x3. Let's try getting rid of the animation stuff just one more time. Two texture samples every fragment does add up for sure, but like, I don't know. It's like, so does the AO, so does the, you know, the diffuse. I guess it's really only two texture samples. I mean, we do have AO, then we have the arm, then we have I don't know. I don't think I have anything else actually in the emissive. That's really it. And normal. Yeah, there you go. So there's 4 or 5 textures per fragment, which, I mean, it's a lot when you put it like that. Maybe 720p is more optimized than 960 for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it is just better in terms of something. It really does, like, it's so funny because I saw this, like, this guy, I don't remember what it was, like, it was some game that came out, or was some, like, indie game, and this guy was, like, saying how he was, like, I was at my lowest, like, I sold everything so that I could follow my dream of making my own video game, and I'm so glad that it was successful. Listen, I quit my job, and I was, so long I worked on this, and it's like, dude, come on, bro. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm the only motherfucker that has that right. Like, if I somehow make it or whatever the fuck, or get like any sort of money or whatever at some point, like, I'm the only one who can fucking talk, like, seriously. I don't want to hear these stories. I hear these stories, and it's like, it's hard to even feel good for those people. I don't know. It's like, Yeah, but not like me, I guess, you know. I don't know. I want to feel good for people, but it's just like not not that bad, you know what I mean? Like whatever. Maybe we fixed it. Maybe, you know, maybe something that we changed made a difference actually now. That would be cool. It's cool. It's cool. I'm gonna make some coffee soon, and then we'll I don't know what we'll do. Did I write the story in the timeline of the game? Um, I haven't really finished, to be honest. That's a good question. I haven't finished. I know how it's gonna end. Um, I guess I don't want to spoil it, you know. But like the whole concept of the game is that you're kind of you get a letter from someone, and you have to, you know, you're told that you have to kill this kid, you know, and so you kind of go on this journey looking for this kid. Um, I mean, I don't know if you want to kill the kid really, but you kind of have like this bloodlust and, like, you know, hatred, um, and you are killing people, or, you know, you are damaging the world, you know, in a destructive kind of rampage. Um, and I mean, I think that the act of doing that is going to have like serious kind of personal consequences to you by the end of the game, you know. And I mean, that's like, I think it's just like my personal sort of you know, a lot of my personal sort of life is kind of in that story, you know. I think I spent a large part of my life very seriously, you know, directly destroying, you know, other people and myself, you know. And so I think that you know, the I want the game to reflect that, you know, um, because I see that sort of thing everywhere, and, like, you know, I don't I see very very little like kind of peace in the world. I think that the only reason I've been able to get to a place where I'm at peace is by literally isolating myself completely from the world. Like I don't have relationships, friends, anything like that. And I hope I never will, because I don't want to see that side of myself ever again, And so I think, that's kind of what I'm hoping to express, I guess, is that sort of the sort of perspective I have. But I also want to, what I want to make is also something that's not only critical of the person who's doing all of this, but also, I mean, just the world that kind of revolves around this sort of violence, But I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the child that you have to kill is yourself. Like that's the point of the game. That's not ever told, explicitly, but that's the obvious symbolism is that, you have to kill your sort of like inner child, so that's kind of the point of the game. Anyway, I appear to have fixed the performance issue, which is pretty incredible. So I feel pretty good about that. I don't know what it was, if it was changing the resolution to 720, but lifelong monologue put in the game. Great, man. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if this performance issue is gone, but it appears to be pretty much gone. Which I'm pretty happy about. So. And we turn on the SSAO and it immediately shits the bed. Yeah. The SSAO is nice, but we just can't have it on. Sorry. Does every failure give you flashbacks and make me a worse person in the story? No. I mean, I think as you go along, you're just sort of getting worse. But I don't think that, at least, from my personal experience, when I was like that, I didn't really ever look back very much. I just kept going forwards. And that's kind of the problem, is that you don't look back. You just keep not looking back. And so I think that that's kind of what I want to, I think that you definitely have trauma without actually reflecting, and so I think that that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Which country am I from? I'm from America. Yeah, I think without SSAO, we're actually completely fine. Now, how this is going to scale when we have more? You're trying to hurt the kid, and the kid is you. That a kid you survived, but it left a scar in your life. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, that's very true for many people. That's just very true. But I mean, that doesn't make any of the violence right, and so I don't really. I think that the whole point of the game is that sort of whatever happened before and that got you to this point doesn't matter at all. Like it doesn't matter to you. It doesn't matter, and at a level it doesn't matter. What is the idea of gameplay? I eventually made it. I initially made it as a party RPG, and I'd drawn all the characters like the other four characters. But now it's just going to be a single person. But you have two characters that are permanently with you, and one of them is this like kind of robot kid that's always following behind you and talking to you, and then the other one is like this kind of dark giant shadow that's literally attached to your back, that's also talking to you all the time. But in terms of like the actual like fighting and gameplay, it's kind of, I don't really know yet. Like I had so many like ideas for the other like, you know, versions of this game, but I think really I want it to be, I want you to be able to like get like random loot. Like that's like something in games that I really like enjoy. Like I grew up with like Fate and like, you know, these kind of games where you get like, you know, randomized loot drops and it like gives you a lot of dopamine. I want that to be a thing too, right? I also have like weird, like a lot of my inspiration comes from like Planescape Torment and Mother, like the original Mother, games like that. I like the idea of having these sorts of like side areas and side quests that are just there for not like world building, not this, but actually just for like ideological sort of like just giving you ideas. Like the museum, for example, in Planescape is like a really good example of like a space like that I would want to create. It's like something that isn't really about world building or like immersing you or anything, but is just there like the developer to talk to you, you know, that sort of thing. And so, you know, I know you asked about the gameplay, but I think that's where my main focus is, right? It's going to be a turn-based RPG, yeah, but I definitely want some funny stuff with the combat. I don't really know what it's going to be yet, but I don't want it to be boring, you know, or grindy. I know that you're going to fight a lot of weird stuff in the game. I think my idea for the final boss is a couch, which seems bizarre, but I think that, you know, you're going to fight a lot of random inanimate objects, people that, you know, you shouldn't be fighting, you know. But yeah, that's kind of what I expect. You know, you're gonna fight walls and stuff like that, you know. I like the idea of fighting something that isn't real, you know, fighting stuff that you know, you're fighting yourself, you know, that sort of thing. But anyway, it appears the performance issue is gone, thanks to us turning off SSAO and all the cool animation shit and making all of our textures an impossibly bad resolution, and we didn't back up any of those textures, so probably fucking bad idea, but what's done is done. What's done is done. I kind of want to make coffee, and I think I'm either gonna model or make the movement system. My movement system for the game, I want to do that a unique sort of thing where basically your legs are literally like two separate things that have different hitboxes and stuff like this, and that you actually have like a pelvis spring. So you literally, you know, I want it to have like insanely realistic movement for whatever reason. I think that that's something that to me just would be insanely cool, to have like such a surreal game, but then have it contrasted with the fact that you walk exactly like a human, you know, like I don't think I've ever seen that in a game where you just have insanely realistic movement. I think that that would be like the coolest thing to make. But I've done a lot of research on it and come with nothing back. Like seriously, like except for some really complicated math that I have no idea how to implement. Like I've seen, like how they do the robotics stuff, and like that stuff, that's a lot of math. Like really, really complicated to capture what it's like to have all these springs in your body and like at your neck, and it's really hard. But I wanted to do it. But every time I've attempted so far, it just feels awful. And I feel like that's probably why, no one's done something like that before, is because probably it's really hard. But yeah, that was the only thing that I have left on my to-do list from a long time ago, was movement system. Yeah. Other than that, a lot of the things in the engine are like pretty much done, We need capsules for entity stuff. For bodies. The animation stuff is pretty rudimentary, yeah. We don't have a UI to make animations. We can only do it with code right now. So we could make the UI that does that. I'll add that here. But I think that everything that I'll implement from here on forward, rather than being for the game engine, is probably going to be for the game. And also do animation. Now, the animation that I'm talking about, I have the skeletal animation stuff. The animation that I'm talking about is for things like lights, like moving the position of lights and the light flickering and stuff like that. I have this this system here with like animation tracks. For example, we can see this here with this light. It's basically it basically just, you see, it's like flickering. So that happens automatically, and you can actually also change the color. This is an epilepsy warning. Oh, it's not actually changing the color because I'm not uploading the lights. Oh, well, I stopped uploading the lights every frame for performance reasons because I was worried about it, but and attach lights to the animated bones. I actually already have that. But I wanted so that you could just have lights that just do this, right? Without actually, I wanted the ability to just have lights that can animate and stuff. And so I think it would be cool to have a UI where you could actually just like click on objects and animate them, right? Like being able to click on a table and then being able to have it loop move or whatever. Like that's all in the system that I've already made, right? Like you just have keyframe, just do it in code. Maybe I think it would be, I'm already like, when I already played with this light and stuff, having to recompile every time. Like just imagine inside of like you're doing like a whole game. Like I think that having the ability to go here, click entity, click animation, and then just like quickly do the keyframes is something that would be pretty awesome. Like I already have it for us to be able to like go to these things. Oh, well, this doesn't work anymore. Oh, well, I broke something. Or going here, and then you get the you get the actual PC, so you can change the mass of all of these things. Like now it has a mass of 0, and then it glitches, but does this one not have a physics component? No, it does. Weird. Yeah, the mesh node stuff apparently doesn't work. It just keeps going to the same one, huh? So we have to fix that bug as well. No, I think I should make the UI for this. I think that doing it in code is a big mistake. I guess just to do encode in JSON. I don't know. I like having the interacted thing about doing it, because then you don't have to recompile. The coolest thing about doing things in shaders is that I can change things and then just press F2 and then it just does it in there, you know? Like that's the coolest part about doing this, is that I can literally do this and then just it's animated, you know what I mean? So being able to iterate on things like this, you know, is like, you know, that's just my last engine. I did everything in JSON, but it took me forever to actually create anything. Like when I was working on the game in that engine, it literally took me like forever to just make like a simple scene. So I think like moving forward, that's something that I just want to do, is have the interactability, because, you know. But yeah, it appears that I think having the UI is pretty cool, because it allows me to make lights and then place them around, and I can visually see the way everything works, you know? Helps a lot. I am going to be back. Wonder why our BVH doesn't seem to be working for clicking on things. So I have to fix that. I'll put that on the to-do list. And I'm gonna make coffee, so I'll be back. My coffee's dripping. I'm not using Cocoon, it's Helix. It's similar though. Closer to Cocoon than Vim, I think. I wonder which is faster, Helix or Vim, in terms of writing code. Why not Vim or NeoVim? I tried NeoVim. It's just I have a really bad computer, so NeoVim with all the plugins for like LSP and stuff is just slower than Helix. Helix is, I'm pretty sure, the fastest like modern text editor, right? Like Vim, obviously, like regular Vim is going to be faster, but Helix has LSP, so and multiple cursor, but that's kind of the main reason, is just speed. And also I think I just like Helix more. The movements are just a lot better. Like I like the fact that you can see what you're selecting all the time. It's like always very nice. But maybe I would like Vim if I spent more time with it. But I think at this point, in my opinion, if you spend time with one thing for enough time, then you just you don't mind it. So I don't mind Helix, I don't mind C. Movement system. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do for it. I've done some Googling on it. I haven't taken any notes. Like usually I take notes. I think you need like 2 IKs for the feet, which I don't know how to do in code, obviously. I could look up how to mathematically make an IK. And a pelvis spring. Let me see what comes up if there's any. Okay, we have some. Okay, there's a GitHub. I should probably be searching this on Google on there, I know. I like doing it on my phone. Just because, I don't know. I don't really know what's going to come up if I... If I find a good source, then I'll put it up there. Maybe implementing something new from scratch would bring my mood up, maybe. The orangeduck.com, simple 2-joint IK. This seems good. Rotate the heel into place. 2-joint IK. With an extension/contraction axis. So what are the things that I have to do in here? extend slash contract the joint chain. Length of the hip and the target to the maximum of the two joints. So he's doing a leg in this. He's doing it with the hip, the knee, and the foot. So maybe I could use this. All right, I can throw it up there. I can throw it up there. Okay. This is what I Googled. Which was how to mathematically make IKs for feet and a pelvis spring. And this is what it came up with this. With the AI overview or whatever. Which is apply spring force to find vertical acceleration. We can also look down here. This was the source that I was looking through. Coffee is still on screen. I know it's my coffee is dripping, so I'll be there in a sec. I should really go. I'm pretty sure it's done, but while my coffee drips, I usually take a minute here. But thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. Two joint IK can be extremely simple and intuitive. To use the target location. So we're going to need two IKs, one for both feet, right? And we're going to have a target location, right? Each frame, right? We're going to have a target location here, and then for the other foot, right? When we're stepping. All right, we'll read through this. I should get my coffee. We will read through this though, so I'll be there in a sec. Hey, what's up, Bill? Berlin, huh? I'll have to look that up. I have to look that up. No way that this is actually the Berlin that Berlin noise is named after. That's crazy. I'm not finding it. I'm just finding Berlin noise. I'm sure that they're great. That would probably be great. Right now I'm just trying to make a leg. I'm trying to break a leg. Okay, so let's read through it, okay? Let's take our time reading through it, because knowing me, I fucking skim and then I forget things. Okay. The first step is to rotate the joints in the chain such that the length of the vector from A to C matches the length of the vector from A to T. Okay, from the target and this. Okay. So we have this joint and then this joint and then this joint. And I'm guessing that for every chain you have the pivot and then the this, probably. That's what I would guess. But for 3 it's fairly simple since it's just those 3. So we get the length and okay, already I'm confused. Clamp the length from T to A between an epsilon and the lab. Oh, these two. And these lengths minus the epsilon. Okay. That's reasonable. We get the current interior angles of the hip and knee joints. We can use the dot product method. Okay. Nothing too crazy. Interior angle of the hip and the knee joints. AC, AB. Okay. And then BA, BC. Oh no, it's A is this, so it's actually clamp the output between -1, the occasional numerical errors. We now use the cosine rule to get the desired interior angles of these joints, which produces a vector from the hip to the heel, with the same length as vector between the hip and the target. My finger has a weird pain in it. Chill out, finger. Okay, so we take the targets, right? And we are doing some dot products and then clamping them. The desired interior angles of these joints, which produces a vector from the hip to the heel with the same length as the hip to the target. Okay. Okay. So these are two things, though. With the current angles and desired angles. Okay, so these are the desired angles. The final angles by which we have to rotate the hip and knee joints are just the difference between these two values. While the rotation axis is just the... Can I post links? I don't think that it will allow you to. There you go. Now you can post the links because you're a moderator for my channel. And then I can unmod you after if you want. But I want to see these links. Oh, by the way, Discord? Okay, the Discord, then it is. Okay. Bro, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. Whatever. Like, legit, if anybody asks me to post links, I'm just making them a mod anymore. Like, what does it matter? He gives me the full code at the end. Since we were working in the world space, we were working in the world space. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Since the rotations will be applied locally. Okay, thank you. See, the funny thing is that I can't even click this on my computer that I'm streaming off of. So I am sure I want to leave YouTube. I will go to the site. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh yeah, that transform at the bottom looks crazy. Okay, this will probably be helpful. Thank you. Thank you. I will put that over on the other screen soon. Thank you. Okay, so this is 2. Ken Perlin. Is this D Perlin? I guess it is, huh? That's crazy. Scale is H over, and H is... H is height. Transform A in P and B in Q. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll just put this on the other screen. You did have an explanation? You found it? Okay. But yeah, I'm looking at the code and there doesn't seem to be a lot other than the drawing stuff. Which is kind of scaring me. Like, I'm seeing it at the bottom, yeah. There's a transform between A and P and B and Q. And then draws the line between P and Q. It's like he has a keyframe thing, and then he is calculating based on those keyframes. But yeah, I have to read it properly for longer. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll put this on the other screen at this point. Okay, we got it. Okay. The n-link approach requires an iterative solver. A two-link approach is a closed form solution with no need for iteration. Talk about two-link IK. Consider the case of a leg. We need to find the location of the knee. Let's assume a hip located at the origin, upper length of length A. The ankle is located at some point P. We want to find knee location Q. Q can lie anywhere in the circle of intersection between two spheres, which is the length of A and the ankle, yeah. To pick the best point, we need to specify an aiming direction D that says which way is forward. Okay. Need is a function that computes Q, given A, B, P, and D. Given a two-link chain at the origin with limb lengths A and B respectively, reaching towards point C, with elbow aim hint vector D. Okay, got it. And a two-link chain at the origin with limb lengths A and B. Okay. There's a lot of variables to keep track of. Reaching towards point C with elbow aim hint vector D. Elbow aim hint vector. That's interesting. Okay. So it's... Guessing you're looking at skeletal animations. I already have my skeletal animations, which are from Blender, right? I already have that system. I want to make a movement system that feels incredibly realistic. That's one of my main goals in my engine. So I found that, and there was a seminal paper on the subject from the 90s that I found helpful. Which knows which paper it was. Okay. Well, this is already immensely helpful, so thank you. I appreciate your help. Reaching towards point C, and then so he has this dot here. Okay, so this is the final place. So really, C times C, really. Really? Okay. And then A squared minus B squared. A and B are the upper length and the lower length of the leg. Over C, which is now C squared. I'm going to assume that this is C squared. It's weird because I would assume that this C is in world space, but this is, oh, this is something different than we saw. Okay, so Making simple Minecraft clone. Good choice of project to learn graphics. This question about level of difficulty was my first game project. My first game project was my first game engine, the one that I made in OpenGL and C at the start of this channel. In about, I don't know when it was, maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years, something. And that was, it started as a raycaster. But before that, I had only done like simulation stuff in OpenGL in terms of graphics. It was never like really something that was like a game thing. But yeah, my first thing with like real controls and collision and things like this was my first 3D game engine. I think that making a Minecraft clone isn't a bad start into 3D graphics. I think it's good, and you learn a lot of the optimizations that are used. But I would argue that, you know, in terms of like, I feel like what really got me, you know, going with this stuff was making my own thing, you know, like in terms of coming up with my own collisions, to coming up, you know, with my own movement system. I made like a wall running thing, you know, being able to come up with your own things, I think was a big thing for me, because otherwise I don't think I would have stuck with it all the way through, you know. So I think Minecraft clone, oh my gosh, sorry, on paper is like a really good way to learn, but I also would urge you to find some unique kind of spin on it, you know, that of like, you know, something that is you in it, because that's, you know, you got to put something out into the world, and God knows we've seen a lot of Minecraft, so, you know. Okay. So this isn't really what he had before. In the other thing, but link point from 000. Norm equals C. Effector position P. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff Minecraft, but about spheres. That would be really insane. That would be really awesome. I know that there's also this, you know, this game that came out that I kept seeing in my recommended with the liminal space Minecraft or whatever. I think that there's a lot of cool things that could be done with it that, you know, have still not been done, you know. So I'd say that do something that's you know. Okay. This is a lot to take in, I'm not gonna lie. I almost want to look up really quick what effector position means, because that's not the target, right? And that's not the hit point. The exact position in 3D space of a robot's tool hand or gripper. How position? Okay. In IK. End device relative to a workspace coordinate system. Okay, got it. Okay. So that has to be the foot, I would say. That's okay. That's okay. I appreciate the links, because I mean, this was already a pretty great resource, but I feel like this definitely is already like pretty efficient. I feel like this is like probably the most efficient code solution that we're gonna get for it, and so this is already immensely helpful. This is of course a very wide subject as well. Yeah. That's okay. I mean, I'm just gonna read it until I get it. You know, clearly a plus b greater than equal to c. Okay, you overestimate my intelligence a little bit. Normalized S is A. There's a closed form solution S, DE0. What is DE? Okay. Let's just look at the code. Maybe this will... I see. I see we have so many inputs. We have so many inputs. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Okay, these are just vectors. These are just points. I was confused originally. So A and B are just the length. The length between the knee and the hip, and then this is the length between the knee and the foot, or something. He doesn't define them there, but he defines it here. Upper length of leg, you know, so these are the lengths, right? So this one is upper and that one's lower, so B is lower. And P, what is P again? P is the end effector position. So this has to be the foot. That's what I'm gathering. And D is something that has to be found according to this. And then Q is we are finding this position. Got it. Okay, so we're taking in this D and then we get this D. Okay, so D isn't something we define. It is something that we put in. It is something that we put in. Where does he get it from? That's what I'm confused on. Does he say it here? An aiming direction D that says which way is forward. Okay, so this is just the forward vector. This is just the forward vector. I should have read this more. And then P is the ankle location. So that's the end effector, right? So what does he say that Q is? Q is the knee location that hasn't been found yet. Okay. I hope that people at some point start calling me a base boomer. I would like that would be the absolute best feeling in the world, to be honest. What I'm confused is that he puts Q here. And solve returns a boolean. R equals M forward P. Solve for S. Q equals M inverse S. Okay, I may be stupid because I don't see the solution. In a blink of an eye, you're there. I mean, I just that would be such a compliment to me. I always assume young people hate me. So the rotation. What is rot? Destination I equals dot. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is how he solves at the end. This is how he solves it. So this is just a pointer. Go back to the paper and reread in detail. Now I do. It's just the syntax that's confusing me because I don't know Java, or I wrote Java in school, and that was a long time ago. So I was kind of confused by this, but he's actually, this is just passed by reference, and then he's writing into it here. I'm not used to seeing a vector without a pointer, So I was just, it's kind of confusing to see arrays with 3 indices, and so. Yeah, thank you, Max. I appreciate that. Yeah. I would be interested to just implement it myself and then just see what happens. Because I mean, I kind of get it in general, but I'm not going to get it until I write the code, if that makes sense, I'm not going to get it until I write the code. I don't really understand. The one thing that I don't understand is why it returns a boolean at the end. Just that is a bit weird to me because we're solving for Q. I guess that maybe the solution isn't valid if D goes out of bounds or something. some point D, then choose M. So the MD is in. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm guessing that that means that is double arrays. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only thing that's weird is that like I'm used to having like vec3s, right? And then you would have like a vec3 pointer q, right? But he's just passing this, and I thought that we were taking in an argument here. But instead of returning q from the solve, which is what we're solving for, he just has this rotation and then he stores it into q and then he returns a boolean instead. So that was confusing me for a little bit. Just started about graphics. I made some networking stuff in C. Who you can. Interesting. That's cool. Graphics and networking. Yeah, that's something that I know nothing about. I know nothing about that. Yeah, I kind of just want to write this code and then see what it does, to be honest. It seems like all we need to know is D, which is the forward vector, which is literally just like where our knee is pointing. I'm guessing that the aiming... Oh, wow. You can play with this. That's cool. I'm guessing that the D vector has to be aligned with it. So we have to figure that out. It's like how to find what direction would be exactly forward for the knee. I'm guessing that this overextending thing or something like this is like the case in which the Q value would be invalid, which is the Boolean. Okay. Okay, so let's... All we need to know is the length of A and the length of B, effector point P, which is the foot, the ankle, and that's it. I don't even, this hip location is 0, 0, 0. So in our case, we may have to change that. So, all right, let's think about this. I kind of want to put this in just the camera file. I don't really know about like making something for itself right now. But let's just make it. Let's solve Q. Yeah. Yeah, so our P is always going to be, is not going to be on the floor. So we're going to have to make up a P. It's going to be like keyframed over frames. And then our hip location will just be, okay, so let's just make those, how would we find P? Well, P is P should actually just be the camera position. I feel like the camera position is technically on the floor. So just for now, let's just make it that. Later, I mean, we're going to change it, but let's just make it cam pause for now. Let's use our little function to do that. And to get our hip, which we'll call H, we're just going to do, for now, we'll just go upwards by 0.4, which is just in general our half height. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, of course, that's going to change. Our P is going to swing in front of us when we walk, and so that's going to change. But for now, let's just leave it. Are you going to run it on the CPU every frame? Yeah. There should be no reason that I do this in compute. It shouldn't be that intensive. And based on his solution, it's completely contained and there's no iterations actually. So that's a good thing. Okay. So we need to find the length of A and the length of B. And I think that we will just keep them as constants. Mobs are gonna be planning to run IK only the player. This is just for the movement system, Everything else will have skeletal animations. It's way more efficient for this sort of thing. What's up, Gerbil? Let's just have the upper leg a little bit, or is this, which one is it? Upper length of length A. So let's have the upper length be a bit smaller, and so we went up 0.4, and so I'm just going to have it at 0.16, and then 0.24 for the B. And if aligned, they should actually, this should be just A and B. Theoretically. Technically not, maybe, if the vectors are not aligned. But technically it should always be the same length. It should always be the same length of side. So let's just have this. I'm not going to mathematically express it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to mathematically express it. I could just cut it in half, but doing some simple pre-interpolates at 128 FPS. Yeah. Doing that for mobs is, yeah. Okay. I think that we have everything that we need. We just need the forward vector, which for now we'll just have as the forward vector. So we just want to get cam forward. That should be good enough. Okay. Now there is the problem of, like, if you look up, then your leg would go up probably. We aren't going to worry about that right now. That's a problem for later. At least I think that's what would happen. Who knows? So to solve for Q, what we need to do is we put in A, B, P, and D, right? VR chat is a problem. Yeah, I just want the movement of the player to be very so okay. So let's define M first. Okay, that's the thing that we need to do first. So how does that work again? Taking P and D. Oh, that's all of this. It's just broken up with comments. Okay. What is the M inverse? That's been confusing me. This has been confusing me. Define M gets run before this rotation with M inverse. So this is, oh, M inverse equals new double 3 3. Okay. So I'm gonna guess that X equals 0 and then X gets initialized. That's what I'm gonna guess. Because this just goes to new double. Yeah. Is the code running? It's running good. Be something to do with the effector and the links. I think that this is just initialized to 0. Or I don't know. It's confusing because this is initialized as a new double and then never touched before it gets touched here. Define the forward and, oh, okay, hold on. Then choose M. Oh, so we need to get M. That's something that he doesn't have here. That is confusing, yeah. That one is confusing me. Okay, that's confusing. It's a direction and the ankle. The direction is D, not M. Oh, maybe this is just there to show the relationship or something. Because here he initializes it with P, then normalizes it. And then the Y is... Oh, I see what's happening. So it's another weird thing about Java, I think. Since this is a 3x3 array, he's assigning these as pointers into these arrays, I'm pretty sure. And then filling it in. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. and then he fills up M inverse. So for us, we'll just make a mat 3. For us, we'll just make a mat 3. We'll just make a mat 3. Or maybe just 3 vec3s would probably be easier to understand. Okay, so he sets it to P and then he normalizes it. So that's the first thing that he does. So then he finds the dot between D and X, and then he computes Y. So let's just do this. D and what again? D and X. Let's just make it another thing, huh? So let's just do define M. Let's take in and we'll just do pointers for the rest of it. Probably, you know, we could just use a mat 3, but I'll move to a mat 3 once I actually understand the math, because I don't want to get confused. The last thing I want to do is get confused. Actually, let's just have the local versions of these. Okay, let's do X, Y, and Z. Okay. Okay, so let's do Y next. So now we have to go through. Let's not actually do it in a loop. Let's just do it straight up. So we need to do those operations for the entire vector. So we need to scale X by D dot X, and then D minus that is Y, and then we normalize it. So Y the sub D from scale X by D dot X. Okay, and then just Now just normalize that. Okay. Okay. So we want to do a cross to find cross of, and which order is it? X and Y? To find Z. Okay. No, you just set these to, you just set them to, oh yeah, you just transpose it. Now, we could just do that with a function, but we'll just do it, yeah, now I regret not making these. I could just make them a mat3 afterwards. It's just always confusing to do it like this. It's just so confusing to do it like this. Now I'm realizing why you did this as arrays, because you have to do a transpose at the ends. The end. Okay, you're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me make the matrices. God damn it. So are we row major or what? We're just gonna do it like this. God, I hope that we don't have vector stuff after this with it. That would really suck. That would really suck. The rotation dist equals dot mi and c and source for each one in m. Okay, you know what? I might just make these arrays. Now it makes sense why these are arrays. You got me, Mr. Perlin. You did have purpose in making it all arrays and not types. You got me on that one. What I could do is just make it. Let's just make it a. It's gonna be weird, but let's just do vec3. Do we have to do an inverse or something? No. No, we don't. So let's just do this. Let's just do it like this. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Okay, here we go. So now the transposition is a thing. So then instead of doing this, let's just take in yeah. Yeah, now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. And now all we have to do is transpose it. So m forward 0 will equal the vec3 of m inverse 0 dot x, m inverse 1 dot x, m inverse 2 dot x, and then we'll just go down and do the rest of them. Excellent. Excellent stuff, people. Excellent stuff, people. Okay, so now we have mimv and mifd. Okay, we have both of them. We have both of them. Excellent. Excellent stuff. So now we'll just call we'll just make I want to make them capital because capital is cool. P, every time I do like math programming like this, it just makes me start naming variables like a mathematician, like all like capital and like, you know, you know what I mean. Okay, so we need to do our first rotation. I'm just gonna steal the function from him because this is like the only thing that we have to do that's a bit weird. So we're going into a destination and we're going from a source. So we just should return a vector. I wrote out return. Oh, you silly goose. Right, so we take in. No wonder you're feeling like a wizard. I don't. I'm feeling like a wizard. Did I say that? I feel like a mathematician when I do the. I like when I get into these moods where everything goes like capitalized and it's like, you know, you're just passing around shit like this. It's like, you know, when I did the Lenia stuff, everything was all like this, very neat, and I love that sort of thing. Let's just take in A. I like returning, and then, you know, you return B. I'm a big fan of doing things like this, right? So we're doing the dot of mi in source and then putting into, so b dot x b, oh well, we're just doing it like this, fellas. M0 and A. So we're just dotting all the rows of the matrix with A. That's all it is. And then we will return B. That's all it is. That's really all it is. Okay, so we will do our first rotation with mimv and what is it? P. And then this will go into R. Okay. Now we need to find D and find E. And D is different than our direction vector. So find D is this exact formula, and I'm just going to copy it. Just read straight from it. So we just do max of 0 with a min of A. We have C here. And what is C again? C is normalized R. Let's make it capitalized. C plus the squared distance of both over C divided by 2. And that's the formula for D. Float in vec3. Oh, yeah. So I have to... We have to do some stuff here. How does he do it? Oh, wait. C is a... What? Oh, so his norm is something different. His norm is something different. That is not a normalized. That is not a normalized. That is the dot of, and you square root it. So that's not a normalized. Okay, so there we go. Now that's a float and everything runs smoothly. Okay. Okay, now what do we need to find E? It's just the square distance minus each other, and then you just square root it. Okay, let's just write it out so that we're not confused. So okay, very simple. Now S is D, E, and 0. And then you do a rotation into Q, and that's it. With M forward this time. And that's it. And now for some reason we return D greater than 0 or D less than A. I'm still not sure on that. But yeah. Let's just do it exactly like he does it. D less than greater than 0 or D greater than A. Like that. Okay. And that's all that's in there. So there it is. Okay. So what now? How do I even test this? Well, we should just make our P oscillate back and forth, and then solve for Q each frame, and then just print it out and see. Am I using H? I'm not. But I think that it was important to just have here, just thinking about it. But no, I'm not. There's no need for it apparently in the system. You just need the length between the knee and the hip. You don't actually need the hip position. It's weird though that, you know, his is at the origin. He says that his is at 0, 0, 0. But I'm not sure if it would change anything. Maybe it would. I have no clue. Would it end up in the wrong place? I'm guessing. Well, the effector also has a position, which is our P, which is what we're giving into it. So we already know where P is, right, from the start. But looking through here, for example, we don't actually use A here at all. Or maybe we do. But here we're using the angles for this method. I don't know. Maybe I should have followed this as well. Yeah, I mean, it's given this. Hey, what's up? It is what it is. Yeah, so that probably wouldn't work, huh? Well, it was nonetheless interesting to implement and see what it's like. But I have no clue how I'd adapt this for a moving H. What am I working at today? I'm working on understanding IKs so that we can move our player character in a convincing manner. Maybe. Maybe I should Google it. The two-link IK. So we could implement this one as well. I mean, this one doesn't have a... doesn't have a... I think it was cool to implement this since this was pretty old school and something that, you know, a resource that Ella had, which is cool. Okay, the AI overview is saying that I need to shift the target to local space, subtract the hit position from your world space target position C. If your swivel director D is already a directional vector, keep it as is. If it's an absolute world space coordinate, subtract the hip. Subtract the hip position from your world space target position C world. C minus H. C minus H. Hip is an absolute right. It must be local space. I mean, hip is probably in world space. I mean, when we get it, I mean, P is in world space. I think that you can subtract everything from H and then get it. So I think if this is H, then you just do P minus H to get the P that you use, and then that therefore gives you C in local space. That's just my wild guess, is that you do P equals H minus P minus H. That would be my guess. That would be my guess. But what do I know? Let's just have a very, very simple here. Given a camera cam, we will solve for Q, and then just test it. Okay, so what we will do first is that if moving offset is greater than some amount, like 0.5 f, else moving offset equals 0, we'll just wrap around. But also f mod f it. Yeah, that's what we should do. So Let's just do moving offset plus equals 0.01f. And then we'll just moving offset f mod f it with like 0.5f, and then so now it's just gonna swip. Now it's just gonna it's gonna swivel. It's the reason why I only code in C, because I like coding in C. I think it's like the best language to kind of express programming skill, to be like honest. I don't think that things like C++ give you the same sort of like freedom to express yourself. Because so much of it is written for you. Okay. So actually, we want it to swivel backwards as well, I think. Well, I'm trying to figure out how I walk. No, you just kind of walk forward. It's fine. Okay, so let's just print our cam pause, and then let's print the queue. And then let's print if the solved happened. It's also good to know what moving offset is, right? So let's also see the moving offset. And this we will just run every frame. And so we'll just run this when we resolve collisions. Move foot cam. And I think we're ready to compile and see whatever the fuck we get. Okay, so let's take a look here. Okay, we have enough data points here. So we have solved 0. Solved is permanently at 0. For a position of z, 0.9, we have a -1 q. Okay. I don't think solved is ever true. And q is permanently at 1 spot. Wait, hold on a second. I don't even think that I did the moving offset. I didn't actually add the moving offset. Oh, my bad. Yeah, let's just add the moving offset to P. You want to add it in the direction, so this is just vec3 scale d with moving offset. Passing int. I need to put d up over here. Now I think that it still shouldn't have given us an error. Okay, so we're not getting solved. Okay, so obviously we didn't do it right. Hold on. So our starting position is 0, -5, 2. Okay, so let's let's start us at 0, 0, 0, and then we can see what we get. Where do I set my initial position? Let's do 0, 0, 0. What's up, Trong? Okay. So we're still getting 0 back. I may have done something wrong. That may be the case. Let's try not subtracting. Let's try the hip at 0, 0, 0. Okay, we may have done something wrong. Oh, no, it's solving it now. Okay. So it's correctly solving it now. Look. The Q is moving with it. It seems to die at some point. It seems to go solved 0 with a Q of 0. So the Q becomes 0 when we have a lower thing. That makes sense technically. Maybe. It only seems to work when we're at 0.4 or between 0.4 and 0.18 in a different position in check. I'm at 0, 0, 0. I'm at 0, 0, 0. So I already did that. Why would 0.17 break it? Why can you not solve for that? Yeah, I guess. I guess that makes sense. Because if your leg is really straight, right? And it goes really far down, then yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense why it would kind of break. I've got a hunch about this. camdata.campos.z, then you add the height. Let me see that. I have a hunch about that. No, we're still dying. Oh, I see. So the math assumes that almost as fast as Unreal Engine, yeah. I mean, it's slow because we're printing out 1,000 times a frame. Yeah, I have no clue. Recompile a UE project? No, I've never used an engine other than my own. No, yeah, we should be using cam. We should be using. No, yeah, just do. Let's try this. No. I guess because we're not at 0, 0, 0 because we add the hip height. And then we were. Hip and foot location? No, I mean the hip is just at 0.4 in Z. That's all it is. It's at 0, 0, 0.4. So there's nothing to see there. It honestly may be that this formula may assume 0, 0, 0, and that's just it. Because I think what I'm doing is correct. We could also technically. We'd also technically just leave H at cam pause and then see if this works. See, now it'll work. And when we move, it works now. Yeah, it permanently works. Most of it only stops working when the leg goes too far, but for the most part, it works. But that's obviously. We're also using cam forward as instead of like a vector like this. Where's Q? Q is this. Q is what we're solving for. So that works as well. But this isn't going to work. No, it doesn't work. So, yeah. Hold on. You know what? The hip height can never be exactly the length, I think. It can never be exactly the length if we're moving on one axis. It can never be exactly the length. Yeah, exactly. And now this works. Now this works fine. Okay. So it's just the amount of the length that's the problem. The hip can never be exactly 0.4 above it, because then the leg is only going to be attached at 0, 0, 0. At 0. Therefore, if to prove my point, well, it may not even prove my point, but if this is the case and then we go to like 0.399 or something like this, we should be attached as long as we aren't moving the foot. Yes, exactly. So this works 100% of the time. And if you go to 0.4, now you're the exact length of A and B. And now it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So that's the reason why it has to be a lower length. Because I guess that's just how limbs work, which is guarding claws. No. Basically, if you think about your leg, right, when it's exactly perfectly long, it is 0.4. Okay, the top is 0.16, the bottom is 0.24. Okay, so when it starts moving, of course, the length of it isn't changing, but your foot position is, right, and it goes up. We are offsetting our hip from our foot in Z only. Does that make sense? So we offset it by 0.4. We don't offset it in the direction from the foot to the hip. Does that make sense? Right? So what you could do technically is, well, you need to move the foot properly instead of just adding one single offset. But yes, this is the point. This can never be exactly 0.4, only 0.39, just because of probably some floating point instability in the math. So, yes. Basically, if you're moving your foot back and forth at maximum length, your foot isn't going to be attached to your body, okay, because it's not swinging upwards, right? So that's the point. So, yeah. So the question is just, how do we keyframe the foot properly? I almost think it's worth just investing in animation into. Just have an animation that keyframes the foot to a position in front of it. How we're going to make that, I don't know. I can make a animation component for it. And so that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to make a animation component for it. Actually, just do it in init. I have to find one first. Should make a function that does this. I actually do probably have a function that does this already, but whatever. Okay. We'll start with 3 keyframes. We want a type equals anim target float. We want to do current time equals 0. We'll start with 0.2f. We will have the val.v be so actually we should really have it as a vec3 because we're moving the foot around, not just, so let's just do it. Let's just do a vec3. The problem is yeah. Okay, so let's say we start at 0, 0, 0. We start moving our leg up. It actually just goes straight up, right? It goes just straight up. The weird thing is that we don't really know which direction in 3D we're going. We only know the Z. So really IK require directional bound. We have a directional vector. That's just where you're currently moving. What I need to do is I need to be able to, keyframe the foot to find out where the foot is going. I could technically have 2 values, one that's outward and one that is upward and downwards. Or we could just have a directional vector. Yeah, it's confusing. If I align, if I have a vec3 that I just basically put x's forward, then I don't know how I'd rotate it based on the forward vector. I'd have to look at the math to do that. Let me look that up. Set your x column to your normalized target vector forward vector. Compute the new z-axis using the cross product. Oh, okay. Okay, so I need a rotation. That's fine. I need a rotation matrix based on the forward vector. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to make it um yeah. I don't know how to rotate it. Let's see if the AI overview can help me with this one. Isolate and normalize the 2D forward director. Extract the X and Y components. Calculate its 2D length. Apply the 2D rotation matrix. Cosine of theta. I think I've done this before. I've done this before. I know that it was somewhere in my space sim. I had it for locking onto planets, I believe. I got rid of it here. I don't know which code it would, what file it would be in. Maybe in camera. Okay, look at selected body. I rotate the yaw by the assigned angle. But I don't think this is it. No, this isn't it. Because here I use only X and Y. And then I find the pitch difference. Subtract P pause, which is the pause of the planet, minus the cam data. Find this direction vector. Then we find the signed angle between them and add it to the yaw. We could do this, I think. We find the forward vector. This is the forward vector. Or this is the forward vector. We get the forward vector, and then we get this old vector. Or, well, in this case it would be the other way around. You find the signed angle between them. Oh, but this is in yaw. Yeah, that doesn't really give us X and Y. You know what? You know what? Let's just do it manually. Let's just do it manually. Or, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, God. Gotta be careful with my finger. All right, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it, to be honest. You know what we could do? We could just literally have two values. I think that this is the simplest way of going about it at this point, is just have two values that we are animating at the same time, and just have a second animation track for it. Just have a second animation track. And that's what I'll do. So this one is going to be going up and down. And so I'll just go from to 0.15f, just upwards. Actually, let's go to 0.2f as you bring your leg upwards. And that will take 0.1 seconds. And then we get to 0.2 seconds, and we will start moving our foot forward. But now we'll go to 0.215f, something like this. We can go to 0.18f, something like that. Now we're starting to bring our foot down, and so we will move start moving our foot downwards. And so we'll go to 0.13f, and then after this we will go to 0.04f. We don't want to disconnect our foot, so we want to go to the floor. Okay. So now let's get the second track, and let's do it. Okay, so now is our forward, how much of our foot is going forward, which will start at like 0.02f, then 0.4f. This is the amount of the forward vector that we're adding onto our foot, and then we can put this at 0.5, 0.4, and then go back to 0.06x or something like this. Something like that. I think 0.5f and 0.4f are actually too much, because that it's going to be 1 is right, so it's actually something more like this. You don't want to be, you really don't want to be adding a lot of these things. So it should be actually really, really small, because this is every frame, which, you know, now doing this based on time, I'm now thinking like maybe that's a bad decision, but we'll just do it something like this. And we want to move this to T2. Doing these things manually, yeah. That's, I think, the only way to do it. Okay. So we need to link the value to it. And so we'll have two things that are going on that we're going to have globals. Let's have the the foot height control and the foot forward control. And let's just put those up here. Okay, the lag is, I don't know what the lag is about. Okay. Like, what is the lag for? I have nothing open. Okay. So we want to hook this up here. T1 data equals foot height control. And then we'll set the data for the foot forward control. And we will use them in the camera file. Okay. So we want to add, instead of this moving offset, this is going to be the foot forward control. And D will always be the X and Y components of our forward vector. You just take the X and Y from our forward vector, and then, so this would be cam forward.x, cam forward.y, and then we just normalize it. That's how you do it. And now we want to do the height of the foot. And so now we do p.z plus equals the foot height control, and our hip height we can probably bring back to 4. And I just want to see how this is going. We have nons. Okay. Okay, so let's see with the what these are. How does it define M look? It looks like this. Like this. So it's just a transposition at the end. Okay. So let's see foot forward control and foot height control. See what these values are. They're both non. Okay. So our animation must be going wrong. Oh, we never set a duration. 0.4f for both. Okay. We're solving it We are never not solving it. We are never not solving it. It is just 1 permanently with a queue that seems completely sane. And this is also with a hip height of 0.4, which is the correct height now. So let's see where our foot is, because I'm just interested in that value. And we can see how it's moving. So it goes 0.1 in front of us. That's the most it goes in front of us, is 0.1. Goes to 0.1. Yeah, I mean, it's moving up and down. I think that 0.1 is about like a good footstep for our world scale. Probably a little bit more, I think. Our height is our height is 0.8. So probably a little bit more for the footstep. Probably double it, I'd say. It's hard to double it because these things go pretty fast, I'd say. But I think for now it's moving pretty well. I just don't want the foot to... Oh yeah, the foot is detaching, I believe. No, it doesn't. No, it's fine. I think. No, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so I mean that works. I'd be interested to see where that point is in the world. I want to kind of render that point if possible. Luckily, we have this thing here where we do these debug vertices, and so we could very much easily go debug vertex v equals, vector expand, and then you just get a vertex here for 1 point. And you want to go v pause equals the p pause, which we can grab really quick. Let's just compute it exactly here for now. The same way. The length of the leg is variable. Yeah, the length of the leg is variable. We put in our constants for it, which is 0.4. Okay. And we'll have it as red. I just want to see what this looks like. and watch it animate. Okay. Okay. Okay, it isn't like the greatest thing in the world, but yeah, it doesn't really move forward and back per se. But I guess once you're walking like forward, you know, then it kind of just naturally goes in the right place, right? It is a bit quick, but you know, that's just like our first attempt at doing it. I do kind of wonder like if I should make it go back and forward, like because it's always in front of us. It's always in front of us by quite a bit, actually. Let's see what the foot forward control is. Oh yeah, the foot forward control goes... If the foot forward control is 0, then it shouldn't be in front of us. I already put these to be pretty goddamn low in the first place. But we could try setting them to 0 and then making this go... I don't know. It's just walking funny. Well, it is fast. I don't think it is, actually. I think it's just us looking down. Because if we don't look down, then we don't see it. It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell. I think really, I mean, what we should do is we should just make it more like a 0.8 thing. It seems like it's just way too fast. And plus, I mean, it is just a dot, and all of the keyframes are linear. I kind of want to see... Let's see if I can render it like far away from the camera. Let's just see if I can render it far away from the camera. Alright, peace out. Peace out, the shift. The hard thing is, it's hard to tell if it's going forward or sideways. To test this, we should really rotate D to be orthogonal to the forward vector. Can we do this as cam.right? Was that crazy? I guess it was too crazy. Can I just swap X and Y? I don't think that works. I don't think that works. No, that just put it behind me, I think. Oh wait, because D is not. Okay, so let's just do. Okay, there we go. We got it sideways. Okay, I'm realizing what's happening now. It's going forward and then going back. So really we want it to go forward and then stay forward. So because we're not we stop adding it. So our animation is doing it wrong. So it should stay forward. It should stay at like 0.1, then go like 0.1, 0.08, probably go to 0.12, and then go stay at 0. Like, you know, like when you move out your leg, you're continually going forward. So it should be something like that, you know. Yeah, it's kind of backwards. Like you should drag at the end. You need to up, forward, hit, drag. Up, forward, hit, drag. And we just go up and back. So how do I do that? Up, forward, hit, drag. Up, forward, hit, drag. Forward hit drag. A leg? Yeah, yeah. I know. It seems like really stupid that I'm just staring at this dot go up and down, but I'm just thinking about how to properly animate it. Basically, I'm just showing like sideways what it's doing, in keyframes. The problem is that it needs to drag at the bottom before going back up. So I'm just thinking about how I'm gonna do that in keyframes. But yeah, the math works. The math that you grace us with does work, by the way. So, at least as far as I think it is, it's returning true, his boolean. So it is working. I just need it to not go up on the drag back. It kind of like should look like a box. On the drag back, it goes upwards. So maybe I should just make it longer and then not go up on the drag back. Yeah. Okay, so on the drag back it goes upwards. So let's just go to 0.04 and then just loop that and then see. I think that should be it actually. It's very simple. I don't know. I'm tired. I shouldn't be confused on that. There we go. That's more leggish. It is a fast ascent, but that is essentially the kind of leg motion that we're looking for. It is a fast descent though. We can just turn that to 0.5 and then that's pretty good, I think. Yeah, we shouldn't worry too much about it. I wonder, did I stop printing out? I want to know how far forward the foot goes. I think I'm seeing it goes to 0.1 forward in X. Hey, what's up, Yi? Don't think 0.1 is enough in world space, but, whatever, I guess. I guess we just should make a boolean about which leg we're on. Offset either in each direction. And then we can probably try to do some funky stuff, I guess. I don't know. It does go negative, which is fine. It should go negative, technically. Because once we start stepping forward, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, so it goes from... X is technically just D forward. Rendering a leg at a fixed position and observing the animation. I could... that would require me to get a leg though. That would be good because then I could see the queue actually. Should I make an animation for a leg in Blender right now? I don't want you to laugh at my Blender skills though. So that's like, can we just do multiple points? And do the whole leg? Okay, let's do that instead. Let's just do the multiple points because I feel like it's not gonna be funny if we have to be graced with my Blender skills. So let's just do let's just get the queue as a thing that we give to the rendering stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna extern queue. Hopefully that namespace is fine. Actually, let's just do queue knee for now, and then we don't even have to worry about the namespace thing. So we'll just do a point for the knee and a point for the hip. That's what we'll do. That is what we'll do. Actually, just put it in main. Let's just put it in main. Okay. So let's just render the queue and put it as a different point. One dot pause equals queue knee. v1 dot color equals, yeah, v2 dot pause equals, and then let's get the code for the hip, which is just this. Okay, now let's see the leg. Also, it might not be aligned because that was orthogonal to the view, and I don't know if this is going to be yeah, this is the problem. I need to add them at an offset. I need to add them at our offset. I need to add all of them forward. Oh, but the problem then becomes that they're not sideways. Like, this is sideways. I guess I could just swap X and Y for them. I don't know if that works. I think it does. Let's just get this as a thing. And let's just move everything in the direction of forward. And then let's also do H forward. Okay, so let's just try that. Okay. But wait, why? Okay, but this isn't working. Maybe this isn't working then. It was working at 0, 0, I think. I think it was working at 0, 0. Let me do some testing then. Maybe this isn't working at not 0, 0 like I thought it was. Maybe not. The green point is the knee, by the way. I think it would be a correct motion if it was actually at the correct spot, but it doesn't seem to be at the correct spot. Okay, it doesn't appear to be at the correct spot. Oh, I stopped printing it out. Or did I? Yeah, I stopped printing it out. I should be printing it. Maybe I can't swap X and Y. Maybe I can't swap X and Y. But I mean the height of it is problematic already. Oh, but the cam forward is giving us an incorrect. Okay. So let's just go forward in. I mean, I don't even think that this is it, though. Okay, well, the numbers looked good to me, but yeah, it's really the height of it that's the problem. Yeah, where's the Z coming into play? Maybe because it's in local space and I don't. Maybe it's because it's in local space or something, and then I don't. Oh, yeah, that is probably what it is, because we're supposed to be at 0, 0, 0 when in fact we're not. Okay. So maybe in that case we just need to But yeah, but I commented out this, which is what's supposed to fix that. Yeah, it's like the point is just not. It's like the foot is where the knee is, and the knee is where the foot is. Let's see what P is again. I think that's probably gonna make a lot of sense. No, it's about as expected. And let's see the raw value of Q at the end. Yeah, I didn't really look at the Z. Yeah, the Z is below the... Huh. Well, that sucks. That sucks a lot. A lot of these, it doesn't solve for it. Here it says that it's solved, but the Z is incorrect. Okay. I wonder if it has something to do with this. Let's try removing the height control from it. Let's try standardizing both of these to 0.2. I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to do this in the other way. I mean, we could, I guess, try it. Doing it, doing the rotations row major or you know, a column major, I guess. I don't think that that's it, though. I think that we're doing everything kind of right. The Z doesn't change. Well, I mean, I guess we're doing something wrong. I guess I did something wrong. Maybe I read something wrong. Wait, hold on a second. No. Never mind. No, yeah, that's correct. That is correct. This is correct. The cross is correct. And the transposition should be correct as well. Let's try a D of just 1, 0, 0. Wait, we're not actually visually seeing any of this stuff, so we do see the Q though on the screen. The P we don't see, but the Q we do see. We should be seeing the Q show up on screen. I mean, it doesn't look like it's really moving. It just doesn't look like it's moving. Even though oh, there it is. There it is. Because it's not orthogonal. The Z doesn't move at all. Should the Z really not move? Should the Z really not move? I guess if you're moving it directly forward, it's fine, I guess. We should update this with it. So D, we're doing 1, 0, 0. Just to see. Yeah, it isn't the Z is just at 0. You know, the hip is technically supposed to be at 0, right? Like the hip is at 0, 0 in his example. So the fact that we're not doing this is probably wrong anyway for viewing purposes. See, but now we're lower. Here's a test. Let's do it the other way. I don't know if that's correct, but that shouldn't be correct. That shouldn't be correct. But it goes into the right spot. You see what I'm saying? let's try just subtracting the hip height from P. Subtract the hip height from P. It's not solving it at all, actually. No. Oh wait, don't subtract again. Don't subtract again. Just subtract it from P. The weird thing is that now the Z is at a reasonable thing, and then our P is at -4. So let's just render it like that. Let's go P.Z minus equals hip height. Wait, it. Maybe I was just rendering it wrong this whole time, actually. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I was just rendering it wrong. Huh. Okay, that may have been the problem. That may have been the problem. I may have just not been subtracting H. Okay, put back the foot height control. Okay, there we go. It's working. It is working. Oh, I thought for a second that I was gonna lose my mind. Okay, so it's barely working, but at least they're in the sane place. Okay, they're in a sane place. It still doesn't look correct though, based on the dots we have on the screen. But the reason why it doesn't look correct on the dots that we have on the screen is because we're still adding 0.4f on this and making everything look more separated than it actually is. So that's the leg moving. That is the leg moving. Okay. That makes some sense. Okay. So now something that I want to test is, what if we add 0.4f but also subtract P from H. So P equals subtract H from P, I mean. Let's just try this instead. It should be equivalent. This should be equivalent. Maybe I was just viewing it wrong. Yes, I was just viewing it wrong. Oh my god, I'm such a bozo. I'm such a fucking bozo. I'm so stupid. Fuck. Dude, I'm such a bozo. It still looks like the wrong leg length like this, though. That's the weird thing. It looks like the wrong leg length now. Maybe you need to move them into out of local space after or something? No, they just don't move with the camera. But that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue, I think. Yeah, because P minus H. Yeah, P minus H. What values do we get with it at we're getting negative values, but then P is negative. P is negative. Okay. Well, if P is negative, then you need to add the height to everything after. You need to add height to everything after. You have to move it back into world space after, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just do it. Yeah, so plus 0.4f. If everything adds 0.4f, yeah. Now you have it back. Now you have it back. Okay. So we have to add 0.4f on the values on the other end for whatever reason. I think it just you're moving P into local space and then you have to move it out of local space at the end. That makes sense. I was just being stubborn with it and I didn't want to try that, but that's the correct solution. I don't know what's my problem. So sorry for being, dumb. But they obviously also aren't going to move with the camera. So it's actually not add 0.4f. It's just straight up add, it's just add the Add H back to P, actually. Yeah. So just add it back, and then you have it, and then Q ni equals do that to get it in world space. And now it moves with, oh, fuck. Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh, it's because we don't have collision. That's why. When I turn off the collision, then it, okay. So working, it's working. Okay. Oh god, I was scared there for a second. I was super scared that I was stupid. But we figured it out. Okay. We figured it out. Let's move this back to like kind of correct values, I think. And move this back to the cam forward. Okay. Cam forward it is. Okay. So this goes to this goes to this. Okay. So let's see with it as the cam forward. Now it should always stay in front. Should always stay in front. Okay, nice, good. Good, we tested it out. Okay, I'd much rather just like debug it and work with it at this value. Okay, so what I'm noticing is that we're just tapping the ground and then leaving it again. So we need to put our foot on the ground and stay on the ground. Our foot height control stays at 0 for a while. Like our foot height control straight up drops to 0 for like a straight 4 seconds. Which is weird that this wouldn't work. Yeah, we don't really go forward. Like our leg comes up, but then we don't go forward. That's why it looks weird. We need to go forward more, I think. So like I'm just gonna do this and then set this to like something crazy like 0.4 or something. Now we should go forward. We might actually detach. Yeah, now we're going forward a little bit too much. We definitely detach there. Yeah, we don't solve for it. So we gotta be less jovial with the going forward footness. You know what I mean? Gotta be less jovial about it. More pragmatic, you know? Okay. It feels like we're going down too fast. I'm not gonna lie. So I think just move this to 0.7. Call it a day. Call it a day. No, Okay. Okay. That was very stupid of me, I guess. How does this look for a leg? Am I tripping or is this good? I feel like this is a good leg, no? Like that's pretty baller, right? I feel like that's a good leg. I know no one's here to tell me that this is a good leg, but I feel like this is like I'm not crazy. Like that's a good leg. That is a really good leg. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, maybe the knee comes down a little bit fast. It kind of does fling forward too fast. Like a tiny bit too fast. But I think that that's where it's supposed to go. It does stop solving it at the end, right? It does refuse to solve it at the end. Because it goes too far. It just takes it too far. You know when you take it too far? Yeah, that's a leg right there. That's a fucking leg right there. It is not solving it though at the end. Which is a problem. We'd also make it so that we're never at hip height. Like we could make hip height 0.4, but always make it so that our hip is like our pelvis is always like we're never like straight upwards. You know what I mean? So we could make it so that we're at like 0.38 just to give it some room. I feel like that's probably where it's going wrong. Is that our hip height is probably just like not giving us enough room for like for shit, you know what I mean? Room for shit. Dude, I want to take this shirt off so bad, but I don't have a t-shirt that's clean. Also I'm adding no, don't even think about it. You're completely fine. You're completely fine. Are we solving it? We are always solving it. It's hard because you got to push the limits, you know what I mean? I feel like the knee comes up too far. So, maybe not. I feel like the knee comes up too far. This is hard. This is really hard. I don't know how legs work. We know this. Remember when I had to animate the shrieker, dude? That was like top 10 stream of all time, though. I had a lot of fun doing that shit. I think the reason why it's probably weird is because the hip isn't moving with the legs. I feel like that's a good leg, though. Like, it kind of, like, flicks forward at the end. Like, that's at max length at the end, you know, like strutting. I think that that's a good leg. That's not bad. Now, how do we make a pelvis spring? That's what it's all about, you know, the pelvis spring. I gotta look that up. Okay, we have a leg. We have a leg. We finally have a leg. I'm pretty hype about that. How to make a pelvis spring in code? I don't know. You apply Hooke's law with dampening to track an offset position. Stiffness, pull the pelvis back to the center target. Slows the bouncing so it stops moving. Dampening. Feed your character's actual animated hip position as target position. Add the return position offset to your character's rig spine or pelvis bone. Okay. So this takes in position, target position, stiffness, displacement. Okay, so how do I get the target position? Okay, there's a formula for this. Calculate how far each foot target is from the current hip joint, then compare it to the total leg length. Each foot target is from the current hip joint. Okay. If a leg is overextended, pull the hips down. Return new target position for your spring. Okay. Okay. Your knee forward vector will always adapt when the hip lowers. Will naturally bend the forward knee. Yeah. You can also shift the hips horizontally toward the weighted foot when the character is leaning or walking. Okay. That we can do. So max leg length equals the thigh plus the shin length, right? Target reach is the max leg length times the max extension percentage, which is 0.9f. Then you find the left and the right. Okay. Got it. So the tricky thing is we have one foot. What's the other foot doing? Right? It is kind of still, but going backwards. Maybe we just pretend that that one's always just perfectly extended for now. Left hip joint position to left foot target. Okay. We have some things to define, I think. on the character. So let's just do this. So let's just have left hip offset. Oh, but it's based on the character rotation. Well, that's kind of a pain in the ass, I'm not gonna lie. We could just fuck. Okay. How do I... Which way does the character start facing? Okay, let's try... I'm guessing that we start facing forward. Like, that's just what I'm gonna... That's what I'm gonna guess. But I don't actually know... And each frame that just becomes... We just multiply that times... We just transform that by the actual matrix of the character, I guess. Yeah. So every frame... Let's just test this first, then. Your Linux machine just completely froze. Oh no, that's awful. That is awful. Instead of this, let's take this and then... Let's matformal point with the TRS. How do I do this previously? Don't I get a rotation vector for the player before? That's what I need. Ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I need to convert a matrix to the mat3 to a quat. I don't have this already. I feel like I do. I've mat4 from quat. Yeah, the AI overview gave me a quad, but it seems pretty hefty, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck. The AI overview is shit as fuck, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a another resource for right now for this. Shit. Well, actually, D is always going to be in the direction of the forward vector anyway. So all you need is to offset it by position, actually. So you don't even have to do that for this. So I'm thinking way too fucking hard about it. The problem is that that isn't going to work for things like the hip and the pelvis that need to rotate. I think that transforming them by the matrix in real time is probably the best way. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. For now, what we could do is we could just treat the hip as just one thing and not have a left and a right hip. Because that's going to be a bit complicated to figure out the left and the right hip. For now, when we're just animating it like this, like just for viewing purposes, we can just pretend that the hip is always that our x is going forward, and therefore our negative y and y is our left and our right, and that's just, we're just gonna hard code it basically. Then we're just gonna hard code it basically. I need to find what I had before with this extension ratio for foot IK in regards to hip and pelvis position. I'm so confused. None of this is actually helping me. None of this is actually helping me. So, okay. So, at least from what the fucking stupid AI overview is giving me, because I can't find fucking anything on this, what you need is a left drop and a right drop from both feet extension from the hip bone. And so you take the lowest pelvis height, the maximum drop required, and then that's the target. Yeah, it's tricky because I don't really have an animation for the other foot. So I don't know what I'm going to set that to. I don't know what I'm going to do. This is all for camera, Bob? No, I have like a movement system in mind where it's literally like weighted and you can hit shit with your legs. Like literally like your leg kind of like when it goes out and goes forward can literally be stopped by terrain and stuff. So basically it has like its own hitboxes and shit. But yeah, that was the vision for it. But I want it to all feel like super like realistic. And that's all I have so far is the fucking... I could have just animated the knee myself instead of just having like an IK. But like, I guess the idea is that eventually you don't just have like a hard-coded foot keyframe and instead you have like a foot target. And then the knee finds itself. So the knee finds itself there. So that's what we've done so far. But I don't have it so that, I don't have it so that our actual like pelvis has a spring, which is what I'm trying to do now. And now I need to find the position from the hip to the leg for both legs, okay? And our hip position isn't, we're not going to worry about the hip position being different for both legs. So we're only going to do one, okay? So let's just do H minus P, and then get the left. We'll just call it the left. Do we actually need it, or can we just? I think we can just do this. I think that we can just do this. Now, the tricky thing is that I don't really know what the right length is. But strangely, I think that it should always be the longest since it's our one that isn't moving. But I want to know if this is going to, do anything, actually. Since we're supposed to get the pelvis drop, I don't know what. Oh right, P is this. So we need to actually. I mean, this is kind of sucky, but let's just add it after. Like I mean I could just fucking whatever before, but who cares? If we're standing, we're just gonna have this at like a 0.35f. I don't know, something like this, I guess. And then our how did what was the formula? It's not anything. It is the dist minus that leg length. And then we take the biggest one. Wait, that can't be right. I guess it is right. Wait, really? Oh, I guess it is supposed to be negative. So that's why you have a max here for 0. So that makes sense, I guess. And then we will have a right length when we actually have 2 legs, but for right now I don't. Okay. And then we shift our pelvis target down by the drop. But for now, let's just put it at the drop. How far is the pelvis from a hip? I should Google that. How far is pelvis from hip in numbers? 87 millimeters. Okay, can we in relation to leg? I don't know, bro. Like 77 millimeters. It's given me it in centimeters, bro. Let's see what 2% of the character's total height or 20% of the total length of the upper leg bone. Okay. And okay. So I'm just going to put it above the pelvis above the hip by like a tiny bit. Okay? So it's 0.4. So just for us, we'll just put it at 0.42 because 420 is funny. And we'll just shift it down by the drop. So Something like that. And you would typically use a target for this, but we're not for right now. We just want to see this. And let's make this pelvis pause a global, just so that we can see it. Okay. Pelvis pause. I don't wanna talk about it. How you broke my heart. Pelvis pause. Okay, so we're gonna ignore that the whole thing is lagging here. So we get the pelvis pause. That one's an easy one. Okay, now when we're rendering, we need to render. First of all, let's get 4 points now. And let us render the pelvis pause. Pelvis pause. 3 pelvis pause. 3, and let's make it a different color. And let's see if we did anything, because I feel like the math that we're doing, we're not doing anything. I feel like that's what's happening. We're not doing anything. Yeah, it's exactly where the hip is. It is moving a little bit though. It kind of is jittery. Fuck. Yeah, you know what? I should have probably made a foot target instead of the foot height and forward vectors and all that shit. But whatever. I did it my way. I did it my way. Alright, we gotta see what the fuck is the pelvis pause. We gotta see what the pelvis pause is, okay? Let's go print the pelvis pause. Nah, that's not a printf, bro. Go print vec3n. What are we talking about here? Alright, let's print the pelvis pause. Print the pelvis pause, people. Okay, so pelvis pause, when it jitters and shit, is 0.4, 0.4. It goes... It does... Well, the weird thing is that it's at 0.4, which I told it not to be at 0.4. I told you that you were at 0.02. Oh, but I guess the hip height is 0.38. So this is actually, this should really be hip height. It's not like any of this matters, but... Oh no, that's good. That's good. That's good. Now the hip is moving. Look at that. Now we just need another leg. Yeah, I think, and then you have the other leg going backwards is the thing. Yeah, but then how do we transfer from the right leg to the left leg? That's a tricky part. That's a tricky part. We need a flag. Right leg moving. I don't know, bro. Just make a flag for it. We gotta trip it somehow. Oh, the lag. Oh, okay. So we gotta trip it somehow. Let's trip it when the animation hits a certain point. I'm sitting back in my chair, so I gotta move the mic. I gotta trip it when the animation hits a certain height. Oh, you have a bunch of tabs open, Rip. That is unfortunate. When our animation hits a certain flag. Point. Well, this is probably a bad way of going about it, but I think what I'm going to do is that we hit 0 on our foot, and then we want the other foot to start when we hit 0. But not when we hit 0, because it needs to be perfectly in sync. So that's the tricky part. And since it's abstracted away in an animation system that I can't really see, if, when it loops, I could literally have something that just trips every 0.8 seconds for now. That sounds like really stupid until you really think about it, and then it sounds a bit smart, because then I don't have to worry about anything else. So that's actually what I'm going to do. I know that that's like probably a stupid thing, but perfect time to make anim target int. Perfect time to make anim target int. That's exactly what I wanted to do today. Okay, like the lag is insane. The lag is actually fucking crazy. I like what is happening? Just because I have fucking Firefox open? Are you serious? Come on, grow up. Like, let's be fucking real here for a second. We don't really have a lerp for ints. Oh, honestly, I'm just gonna call lerp between the things between the union things, and then we'll just cast it to an int, okay? I'm a simple man, okay? That's just the way I tend to do things. Sorry. Sorry if that upsets you. Can we stop fucking lagging, please? Like Jesus Christ. Like, okay, this is pissing me off now. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. If I lerp it, it will only turn to 1 at the end, right? That's how lerping works with ints, right? Right, everyone? Everyone, right? Right? Anim target int. And then go right leg moving, okay? And we loop it, and then we put this T3, and then we're happy-go-lucky. Okay, okay, okay. So, hopefully, this is val I, and then this just goes to 1. Okay, very simple, guys, very simple. Okay, I have no clue if that's gonna work. So we should probably test that first. Let's print it out, I guessed. This should happen exactly on 0.8 seconds. Dude, J8 is the shit, bro. Okay, it's never flipping. It's never flipping. It's never flipping. Bro, but like, come on, man. Oh, maybe it's keyframe count 2. Hold on. I think I was just being dumb. I think it's keyframe count 2. Whoopsies. Okay, I still don't think it's working. Nah, it's not working. Oh my god. What the fuck are we doing here? Fuck. Oh, but then it goes back to 0 right at the end. Oh no. Oh no. I don't actually have a way to flip a flag at a certain time because yeah, I don't know. convince me to not do a thing for my animation components that flips a flag when something ends. Just convince me to not do that right now. Convince me to not make a whole event system just so that I can change which leg is moving right now. I feel like this should be so fucking easy and I'm just like stupid, but God damn it. God fucking damn it. Is there any way that I can do this without this? Nah, not really. Not really. I need to know the exact frame. And so in this case, I do need to just trip a Boolean when an animation finishes, which is kind of stupid, but yeah, you know what? On the animation track thing, let's just have a void pointer completion data, and we'll just add onto here anim target flow target bool. That's what we'll add, and let's just have a animation target type completion type. And then let's just go T1 completion type equals anim target bool. T1 completion data equals right leg moving. And then over here, we don't have anything that actually happens on bool, but for what we need to do is if T loop and we loop it, then we do our completion thing. And we want to switch on T completion type. And then for all of this, we don't have anything, but for bool, we want to go bool completion data equals oh god, this is gonna get confusing. That. Now let's see if I just coded that or not. Okay, it's working. There we go. 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 Okay. So I guess what we should have then is another animation for the leg that isn't moving, just to have things realistic, I guess. And then you have to solve for Q for both legs, which then gets a bit confusing. And then you probably have to swap pointers for the Q knee or something like that. Yeah. But it's the correct way to have two legs, right? Okay, so let's make the other. Let's make it the other ones, huh? How you broke my heart. If I stay here for a little bit longer. If I stay here, won't you listen? Listen to my heart. To my heart. To my heart. I don't wanna talk about it. The good thing is that the height control actually just stays at 0. Right? Height control just stays at 0. Pretty much. Forward control is going to be negated. So we actually start in front of the player, right? We want to pick up. What the fuck am I doing? We want to pick up where we left off. And then slowly start going backwards. You think you fix everything? Nice. That's good. The tricky thing is that we want to start at 0.05. Maybe we need to start in the negative, actually. Maybe we need to start in the negative. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I hooked those up to the same control, so. It's always solving, right? We're not unsolving. No, we are completely solving every time. Okay. So there we are starting in the negative. So now we are free to actually go negative, which, you know. Anyway, so we need to have two controls. We need to have foot moving height control, foot moving forward control, and foot stationary height control and foot control. And let's extern these. Oh, my heart, heart, heart. Oh, heart. If I could talk about it, how you will not. Okay. If I stay for a little bit longer. Okay, so now the trick is we need to solve for Q for both of them. I need to solve for Q for both of them. Which, you know, sucks. Wait, this actually kind of sucks. Wait, this kind of sucks. Bro. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No. 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 No, I don't want to do that. No. No. Okay. Okay. Listen. Here's how we're gonna do this. I decided here's how we're gonna do it, and this is how we're gonna do it. We're just gonna have a boolean, okay? For the moving foot, okay? And if moving foot, then we will apply these controls, and otherwise we will apply these stationary controls. This is like the jankiest code I think I've ever written in my like entire life. It's just so janky. It's like barely held together at all. But that's all right. That is all right. That is all right. We need another one. We need Q moving. Q stationary, I guess. Later, we probably want to do this a different way. No, not quert QC statement, okay? Q stationary. Come on here, bro. Okay, so now we have the Q moving and the Q stationary. Okay, and this is a redefinition of solved. We're just gonna call it solved 2. Okay, this moving offset, don't even need it anymore. We can replace it with solved 2. And we want to see, let's just see Q moving and Q stationary, okay? That one's a given. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, there's red all over my fucking screen. Oh my god. Calm down. It's okay. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. It's okay. Stationary. Okay. So I am doing this for no reason, but I didn't ask for your opinion about it. Did I now? I feel like tomorrow I'm gonna look at this code and wonder what the fuck happened, huh? I've done the hard part. Perlin could never. Oh, really? You mean that? I don't believe you, but that doesn't matter. I'm taking deep breaths. Okay. Okay. So we need to just duplicate the code, just straight up. Right now I'm just doing the debug output so that I can see what's happening. Okay, so Java Kitty doing this? No chance. Wow. That, be careful. Be careful. That's, you're giving me way too much credit, but listen. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay. Okay, so now we should have the other leg. That's Kim Perlin told? Well, I mean, I don't see him here in this chat to, you know. Kim can? Oh yeah, definitely can. Definitely can. I need more coffee. Yeah. I think I have any more coffee and I'm just gonna not be writing good code. And I mean I'm already not. But you know, I'm adding H to Q stationary. Wait, is Q stationary the... Oh, I'm not doing P2. I'm not showing P2. Okay. So that's we definitely need to see P2. For sure. And this should just be... This should definitely be just this, and then make this one white. Okay, so Q stationary I immediately see is wrong. So I do wonder why that is. But let's just see if we get the leg. Maybe that'll show us why it's wrong. Okay, the white is correct. That's just the leg moving backwards as the other one goes forwards. It looks a bit fucking stupid. It looks a bit fucking stupid, I'm not gonna lie. But to be fair, only the left one is happening as the other one goes. Yeah, the way they loop around is a bit funny. You gotta... Okay, we're gonna stop looking at it because it's kind of tilting me, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so where did I go wrong here? Imagine joining stream at this exact moment. Why? What is... In motion would probably look more reasonably. Add some interpol... Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, as long... I think it's... The problem is how the stationary leg just, like, goes forward. It's weird because the colors are supposed to swap, right? But, you know, it looks a bit funny just looking at it. Yeah. Okay, so the Q stationary is wrong. I add H here. So this makes sense, right? Okay, well, let's look at how we do it over here. When... Is that moonwalking effect? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know how to animate a leg moving backwards is kind of crazy to me, but yeah. Just to make sure that I'm not crazy, let's just make them both moving forward for a second just to see if the queue corrects itself, because that should be the only difference between the two legs, is just the foot controls. Okay, so we're viewing something wrong for that to be there, for the yellow dot to be there, because this is giving it the same input. Okay. And what is Q moving, Q stationary? Oh, so we're just definitely viewing it wrong. We're just 100% viewing it wrong because they're the same numbers. Okay, so I definitely did something stupid, silly here. What is it? Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I figured it out. At least. I was modifying H before I added it to the thing. So when it okay. Beep codes universal? What do you mean? What are beep codes? Beep codes? Like you're listening to like Morse code coming from your computer? That's wild. That I would not be able to do whatever you're doing. You know, motherboard beep codes? I don't know motherboard beep codes. I don't. Should I know motherboard beep codes? I installed the motherboard once. I think I've just resolved to do it at like that and see what that gives me. Trying to figure out the debug beep codes. I see. I have never done that. I've never done that personally, but I hope that you figure out how if your motherboard is working. That seems tough. Yeah, I think that this needs to go to 0, actually. Yeah, I think it needs to end at -1, negative 0.1, and then this goes to 0.1. I think it's that leg that's the problem. It's like the car codes, you know. My mom had a problem with a car, and then we had to get like this thing that read the codes. And I was like, what the fuck is that? It's like you have to buy a thing to read the code that tells you what's wrong with your car, or else you have to bring it into a dealership. That's just crazy to me. That you, like, it's like I don't know what it is. It's like a code reader or something. Anyway, something like that. Yeah, it is. I think it's just so people can make money, probably. I would guess. Yeah, you know what? I don't think that I'm getting it. I don't think that I'm getting it. I bet you plug into the car. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't understand it either. No, it needs to go back. It needs to go back. Maybe this needs to go back further then. It needs to start exactly from where the other one ends. And the other one ends. Problem is that it doesn't end at 0.1. The problem is that. So then this should be. This is back to where I keep going to. Is that this needs to go to negative 0.1, and then you need to shift everything over. So this becomes 11. This becomes 2. Right? You just shift everything over 1, I think. And then it looks better. So it starts at 1.5, then 2, then 11. 1.5 to 11, and then ends at -1. Exactly ends at -1. Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's what we're going to do. But then you have to move everything upwards, probably. Which, now that looks stupid. Now that looks really dumb. So I probably just made a mistake. That does look a bit stupid. Theoretically, it should look exactly the same. Oh, God. Oh, God, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, just undo whatever the fuck I just did. Okay, that... That's not it. The problem is that it starts at, like, 0.0. I don't know. Problem is that, like, I don't really know how legs work because I don't really, like, pay that much attention to my legs. So it's all bald to me. That's close. maybe we just bring it back less. Like if we just bring it back to 0.0, then it wouldn't look so weird. And I think we need a... Yeah. Yeah, I should probably stop playing with this, to be honest, because I could probably just like work on the actual rest of the code, but yeah, that pretty much just goes where it yeah. Okay. So now our pelvis thing, we want to use the different lengths that we have. For our P. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, we need to... Let's just take in this, and then we'll just edit that P. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then that way we can have both feet now. Let's do that. Okay. So we need to make those globals now. You know, I should write code like this. I write I write the bulk when I'm like this and crazed and not really thinking properly, and then I fix the problems when I can think properly. I think that that's the best way to go about programming in general, is that you write the code when you can't think, and then you solve the problems when you can. That's, I think, the best way to go about it. Okay, I was just looking for the code just because I didn't really realize that I did the code, and then it turns out that I actually wrote the code already, so that's cool. The hip height should really be defined. Is it a define? It is. Is it? It is, right? No references found. You're lying. I did make it a define, just in the wrong file. Hip height is an important constant. We gotta have it there, to be honest. That one's important. Lag. There we go. Okay. Hip height. Get rid of that. We're using capital hip height now. Okay. We're grown up. Okay. Okay, so H. H is our hip, which we should also have as a global, okay? We have left and hip and right hip, but for now we'll just have one hip pause just in the center, because I don't really know how to do the left and the right hip yet. I have to do more information searching on that specifically. So before we solve, just go hit pause equals this. And then that's what we'll use for H. The good thing about these being globals now is that we don't have to do any of that weird shit that we were doing before to compute stuff in our render loop, because now everything is a global and everything is lovely and happy. Okay, and our right length can now actually be calculated. And our okay. Yeah, I mean, the problem is with this is that it has this interpolation to go back to there. And so you really just want to do that, actually. Why is this so hard? Maybe it's not hard. Maybe I just... Maybe it's not hard. Maybe I'm just... Yeah, maybe... I don't know. I don't know. I want to figure out how to do the rest of the skeleton. Like, I think I looked this formula up for the pelvis spring. With stiffness and dampening. This is the fucking AI overview, by the way, because all I saw when I looked this up was coding a physics-based spring in Roblox. Oh, so I don't think... I don't know. I'm not going to the Roblox forums right now. So we have a target position. We have the target position. And we need the position of the pelvis, not the target position. I think I'm too old to be on the robot. You're so right. I don't even think that, based on the current state of the you know, the gaming stuff, that you would be allowed. I don't think that my age bracket is allowed on any of those games. So thank God. Anytime my sister brings up Roblox, it's like, it's such a culture shock to my brain that it really, it puts me through it. It does put me through it. I don't understand why that game is so culturally relevant. Like, why? It's so weird to me. It's just not a good game. I don't know. Am I crazy? Okay, so the displacement is the position minus the target position. That one's easy. So the force is the stiffness times the displacement. And the constant that they give us for stiffness is 120. And then you do damping times velocity. And then the spring force plus the damping force. And then you integrate velocity and position. It's like the weirdest shit. There's the money aspect and the predators. Yeah, I get that. But like, I feel like when I was a kid, kids like the coolest shit, Like when I was a kid, like Monsters Inc. came out. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, like Toy Story came out. And like Finding Nemo came out. I went to see Finding Nemo in a theater. You know what I mean? Like, now kids play Roblox. Like I think there's just a level, like, kids used to be cool. I feel like kids are just weird now. I feel like kids used to be the shit. Yeah, I feel like integrating position and velocity into the pelvis. Like, is everything supposed to be the pelvis? Like, tell me about that right now. Or if we're like, does our pelvis have velocity and acceleration? Like, is that really what we're doing? That's what it looks like. Shit. There's a couple developers that makes insane games. He thinks like 10 plays it. He thinks, oh yeah, I think our parents felt the same about us. I've talked to my parents, and I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. To some degree, though, the children's media is in a doomed state. Is in an absolute doomed state. Like, what children's movies are like coming out, and like children's shows? Like, there's absolutely nothing. Like when I grew up, it was like the heyday of like golden, and now it's just absolute dog. I think that there's some truth to what I'm saying, though. Like, come on, like. We can't be equating, like, what good media is coming out, period. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true, but like when we were kids, like, Tomb Raider came out, and that shit, like, blew my mind, right? It's like, now what games are the kids playing? Like, literally, like, they play, like, Fortnite and League of Legends. Like, bro, like, that's crazy to me. It's just like, I mean, when I was a kid, kids were like still playing like Call of Duty and stuff, and like it wasn't like all sunshine and roses. Like, sure, but I don't know. I feel like it's degraded. Yeah, that's crazy. That stuff is really weird. I don't know. Dude, that's like some of this like actual like horror of the internet thing. Like, I don't even like, that's so crazy to me. That is so crazy to me. That makes no sense. This is supposed to be at 0.05 for it to pick up where it is. Yeah. And then yeah, I don't know. I like, from what I'm looking, the pelvis needs like an acceleration or a velocity, and that's just so crazy to me. Like, am I supposed to become the pelvis? Are we just the pelvis? Like our character? Do we just have the pelvis velocity? Is that, maybe that should be what we do. Is that whatever this pelvis spring is just the whole deal for the character? We could try it. I mean, the pelvis isn't really moving that much at all. Like, we can see that the pelvis is really not doing much. So I don't really know. I mean, maybe if we had a head attached on it, then it would be something different. But oh yeah, I gave it a plus 0.2 up, but it really shouldn't be. Anyway, this pelvis pause, this is actually the pelvis target. Oh right, no, that's actually what it's supposed to be. Have I been alive for 11 hours? Dude, I have been. That's crazy. Maybe today we break the record. The pelvis pause should really just be a constant. And then the okay, so now we have the pelvis pause and the pelvis target. And now there's this. So apparently there's a stiffness and a dampening factor. Okay. I'm just going to copy the formula. So I mean, I looked it up multiple times. This is actually off of the Roblox forum. So we know that there's quality, coming. So don't expect greatness out of this, but okay. So so this is just giving us the drop. That's literally all that is giving us. And then the force is the stiffness, the negative stiffness, times the displacement. So we're gonna scale the diff with negative stiffness. I wonder what the record is, what my record is. I think it's probably like 12 or 13. I would have to check. Maybe we do need a velocity and an acceleration for the pelvis. According to this, we do. I didn't really think that a pelvis was that important, but maybe we do need a pelvis vel and Listen, I don't make the rules. I just write the code as it comes to me. We probably have to zero initialize these. I have a feeling that once it starts moving, it's gonna look even worse. But you know, I'm sorry I hit the mic. That's the classic. So now this is the velocity, pelvis vel, times the dampening. That looks wrong. This looks awful. This looks like an awful formula. What? What do you mean the velocity? The current velocity times the dampening is the dampening force. And then the spring force plus the dampening force is the acceleration. Oh, nice. Wow, nice. Microscope camera. Wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, seriously. A microscope camera? Like, is it a camera with a microscope or a microscope with a camera? Wait, how do those go together, though? I think I'm thinking too hard about it. I'm just trying to picture it, you know? It's just not... You do soldering? But it displays on a screen. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I did some soldering before. I was never really good at it. But I weirdly like the smell. Do you know? I think it's an underrated smell. Maybe it's weird that I like the smell, but I thought that it was a good smell. We're just gonna do DT. And then this is the pause. And then you integrate that. It's like just something you can do without thinking too hard. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I feel like if I had a kid, I would still do it. Or, you know, I did really enjoy it. Okay, so we integrated the position. The tricky thing is that I have no clue what's going to happen. I mean, the pelvis is just going to walk away from the rest of the system. It's just going to walk away, right? The dot is going to just move away. I was really expecting it to walk. Wait, hold on a second. We may be recreating the pelvis position here. No, we aren't. Huh. It does, yeah. Yeah, it's not horrible. It's got a very distinct smell. I remember people in my engineering class were always like, "Oh, or whatever," but I didn't hate it. You know, like I hate like the mechanic like gas and fuel smell. I can't stand that smell. That smell is just awful. But yeah. I think the value is just so small that it's never going to move. I think that the value is just that small. Like, if I make the drop like 0.5f, then it's going to move. But, yeah. Okay, no, it's just not gonna fucking move. Hold on a second. The velocity is the velocity times pelvis ac. Oh. I never did pelvis ac. I never did that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, fuck if I know. I think the fact that it's, you know, we're integrating over delta time, like I get a feeling that this pelvis vel is just like insanely small. I do feel like it's literally just like just insanely small. So it's 0.319, but integrated over our dt, which is 1/60. That's pretty small. But it is technically moving because it starts at 0.399 and then it ends at 0.395. So it does like converge, I guess. I don't know how long it would take to converge, but you know. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to get the leg animations right, but I feel like it's just a lost cause, to be honest. I think that, yeah, everything does have to move backwards. Everything does have to move backwards, and then this goes over to here, and then you give it a negative 111 or something, or 1, and then this goes to 0.5, and then this goes to 2, and then this goes to 1.5. And then you do the same thing here, 18, 11, 0, 0, really? I mean, something like that is fine. And then we can see how that does it. We're ending at negative 0.1, and then we end at negative 0.1. So that should work out. That should technically just work out. No, they're going in tandem rather than, oh my god, this is so stupid. Yeah, so this negative 0.1, we should start at that negative 0.1. And then slowly slide back. All right, see you. Good luck with that. God fucking damn it. Yeah, that's fine. I I entertain myself. Don't worry. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on here. There's very exciting stuff. It's got to be something like that, right? It's a frame rate that it goes back, so it has to end at exactly the right spot. So then is it everything scoots back one here? You're trying to parse the blog, but then I'm trying to clean up. Oh, thank you. I'm just you know, I appreciate that. I mean, the tricky thing is that the foot needs to end at a negative. It needs to end slightly negative. It needs to end slightly negative. And then this goes to... it needs to end at the same spot. And then it'll look proper, I think. It'll come forward slightly, but yeah, it comes forward way too much. Yeah, maybe they just need to not do interpolation at the last step. Maybe we just literally just have it hard cut because they're two different, completely different legs doing two completely different things. Oh no, that doesn't work. It probably doesn't work because I didn't change this to 0, maybe. I think I've messed this up probably. Yeah, I think we should go back actually. I think we should go back. I think we made a few mistakes here. When I moved everything backwards, I think I I made a mistake. Let's just think about it logically, okay? So for our foot that's moving, we need it to start at a negative spot with the moving forward foot control. It needs to start negative. It absolutely needs to start negative. Which means that it has to end negative. It has to end negative. So it has to go all the way back. So that much is true. And so this means that the foot stationary forward control has to start negative. In fact, what I'm just going to do, just for us to be very clear here, is I'm just going to have this the same value every time until we get it clear. Because it really, the stationary leg shouldn't move very much at all. Like, just straight up. So it'll end where that goes, and then it'll pick up. And I just want to see, what does that look like with it just straight up, just at where the other one ends up. Okay, we're a bit fast. But yeah. So we want to go less negative, I feel like. We want to go less negative. It's a bit too much. We want to go less negative. And then that's 0.003, and then we'll just go slightly back at the end, and then no, yeah, we need to stay at 0.003 because we pick up at 0.003. So okay. And now we just move it slightly back. Move this to 5. Just move it slightly back and then slightly forward again. That's all we need. Just very slight movement. Very slight movement. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're really getting somewhere now. Okay, now let's move this. I'm noticing that the front foot is not going all the way to the ground. And I hate to make an extra keyframe here because I know that we've stuck to 4 keyframes for the whole thing. And I think that that's really easy to keep track of. But for now, what I'll do is just make it touch the ground faster, because I think that it needs to touch the ground when it hits 0.18 on the forward. Okay, the end is still too fast, but yeah, it goes down a bit slow. Okay, so if it goes down a bit slow, then we can just move this to 0.6 and then hit the bottom, maybe. And then we want to make this a smoother thing at the end. So maybe make this one less and then this one 0.58 or something like this. And then let's see this. Okay, I think we did it. It's not like the greatest thing in the world. But it is my thing in the world, so you take it or you leave it. The pelvis still doesn't move. We have a pelvis velocity and the pelvis pause is very slightly moving, but who knows really? Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. I mean, how do you attach a spine and a head to a pelvis? Okay, I didn't find anything. Well, who knows really? Let's see what the AI overview gets me. Did I try Visual Studios? Yeah, I probably should move to Visual Studio. Maybe Visual Studio with Vim bindings is enough for me. Yeah, maybe. I mean, just as the debugger and Vim is your editor. Yeah, I don't know how to set that up, but maybe I should try. I don't know. I've heard that it's like annoying to have like the Visual Studio project and also your editor. And like, but maybe I should try Rad Debugger. I've heard good things about it. I've heard a lot of good things about it. But yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing that the pelvis velocity and the pelvis pause is is the actual body, is what we know as the body. Are we still streaming? Yeah. Not set up Visual Studio as a project if you want to stick to Vim. Okay, you would use the... Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, maybe I will do that then. Oh, so it's basically just a make file, but you know, it's 6 a.m. It's this is my day, you know. It's 5 p.m. for me, so I'm not missing any sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m. Yeah, I made a whole IK system. It's not pretty, but it is a thing. Now what I'm trying to figure out is how do I attach a spine to this thing. Should work late, yeah. So apparently there's Hooke's law, which is a spring damper, which is the target rotation minus the current bone rotation times the stiffness. And I don't have rotation on my bones, so. And then it's bone angular velocity times the damping. So I don't really have angular velocity in my bones. But yeah. I don't know how to get angular velocity in my bones, so that might not be a thing. I wonder if we should have pelvis velocity be the actual velocity of the player. So I'm thinking that maybe this is just, we should just do player.pc vel. Or maybe just do pelvis vel equals player.pc vel, and then that way it always just stays, it integrates into the same thing. I have a feeling like we're gonna move into the floor here. Our pelvis detaches, but our pelvis detaches probably because everything else is anchored differently. So that's probably has nothing to do with it. Our pelvis pause. Yeah, our pelvis pause is probably What we should really do is P moving and P stationary. We shouldn't really be using those other ones. But even so, our Q and our Q moving and our Q stationary. It moved away from us. Huh. Why is it moving away from us? I mean, it surely can't be that, right? It surely can't be that it would move away from us there. No, it seems like just literally the calculation of the cam pause plus the hip pause. Oh, because the hip pause. Oh. Yeah, this needs to be hip height. That's why. Okay. Okay, I was confused there for a sec. Now our pelvis actually is reacting to very slightly. It's reacting to our movement. However, it does appear that our legs have gotten away from us because we aren't adding forward to them, which we have to add for everything to view it in front of us. That's just our debug rendering thing that I have going on here. That is just the debug rendering thing that that just like pushes everything into the plane. Okay. So, I mean, I still don't know. I kind of would like to, I guess we could put the legs under us and then give them hitboxes and then have them move stuff around, because I don't know how to do the rest of the spine stuff. Like, I looked it up and it doesn't really make sense to me, and so I'll probably have to do some deeper research later on it. I'll probably have to do some deeper research on it. You know, I hate to go back to the animation, but it is kind of key to get this right. I think that maybe we can end a bit less forward and then just do this. just to give it some more dynamics, because I'm just thinking of once we actually put the legs down, I don't want it to be yeah, that's about right. It just looks weird because the colors are the same every time. It just could be a bit faster, you know, at the end, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, we could try putting the legs under us. That would be the next step. We would have to kind of give up our well, we don't have to necessarily give it up. We could just render both of them, the points. You technically draw a line for the entire we technically do GL lines for the whole thing, which would make it feel more realistic, I suppose. I feel like we would also have to give our legs a bit of room in the middle, so I'll probably do that as well. The tricky thing is that distance has to rotate with the body, and so once again we're at the little dilemma with the rotation matrix. I don't really... We'd actually try that. That's not that big of a deal, I think. We could try it. That's not like the craziest thing in the world. Let's do it up here. Okay, so let's just have the consfec 3 left leg offset, and let's just set that to negative 0.01 f 0. Yeah, so let's just do it in Y, because that should technically be alright. And let's just do this. Okay, so that's our left and our right. And now we want to make a rotation matrix so that we can rotate this. So let's do mat3 rot. And we want rot.a0. We want to set the rows of this to our camera matrix, to our camera vectors. And so that's what I'm going to attempt to do. I don't really know if my function that does it is row major or column major, which is kind of silly, but I think that this is all you have to do. Hopefully. You might have to negate the up vector. I don't really know how that works. So now we can just do equals mat3 mul vec3 for rot with left leg offset, and I just want to see where that gets us. Let's just see where that gets us and just print these out before we go any further, because I need this to rotate with us properly. I also want to see what the camera